Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Our invocation this morning will be led by Pastor Rick Barrera with Believe Church. Pastor?
It's always such an honor for me to be here. I just always have a blast hanging out with you guys. First, Miss Mayor and Council and Mr. Zanoni and city staff, thank you for all of your hard work and dedication. I really do appreciate you folks. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we just love you and we thank you, Lord, for this day that you've given us. You who are infallible and wonderful in all of your ways, yet choosing to use fallible people like me. We offer you our, first and foremost, we offer you our thanks. Thanks for this opportunity for us to gather here in this place to discuss and reason together the best way to move forward and to lead these your people of this community. And I pray, Father God, that everything that is done and said in this place be done, first of all, in the unity and spirit of brotherhood that we know that you want for us to operate in. May the speech and the actions in this chamber this day reflect the love and compassion of you, O Lord. May the decisions that are ultimately made be done in your timing and ultimately for your honor and glory. All of this we ask and we give you praise and thanks in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor. So our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Yvette Hazard. She is a senior at Mary Carroll High School.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with authority and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God and one indivisible.
Thank you, Yvette. Okay, Ruth, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo,
Present.
Councilmember Roland Barrera,
Here.
Gil Hernandez,
Here.
Michael Hunter will be late, Billy Lerma,
Here.
John Martinez,
Here.
Ben Molina,
Present.
Mike Presley, Greg Smith is absent today, City Manager Peter Zanoni,
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley, here. City Secretary Ruth Bocchino. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ruth. Okay, Section E, City Manager's comments and update on city operations.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. Can you turn that on? Mayors and members of the council. Yes. We do have 3 items today, and I have 2 presenters to do 2 of them, and then I'll do the final one. So we're going to give you a briefing going forward. Make this a regular briefing, which is on the MPO's board meeting. So the Metropolitan Planning Organization meets monthly, and similar to the Area Council of Governments, where we'll be debriefing with the council the agenda and the actions of that body. We thought it'd be important to do the same thing for the Metropolitan Planning Organization. The mayor sits on that commission or committee, along with County Judge Canales and others. And so they do have an important agenda where they decide money, federal and state monies, how they're applied here locally. And there's some important street and multimodal transportation projects that are decided. And so they met, I think 2 weeks ago or about a week ago, and they did have on their agenda this last meeting some important TxDOT projects that they have funding for this next fiscal year. And so Neiman Young is going to give us a briefing on the MPO as part of the city manager report, giving you some background first on the Metropolitan Planning Organization itself. There's 23 in the state of Texas, and he'll talk a little 101 on the MPO, and then highlight just the key things that were on their agenda, specifically items that the board approved to move forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Neiman.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us your time. As the city manager stated, we're going to provide you all a quick update on the MPO. Here's a summary of the presentation. As I'm sure Council is aware, I would like to provide the general public a quick overview of Metropolitan Planning Organizations, or MPOs. The United States Department of Transportation, or DOT, relies on the MPOs to ensure that highway and transit projects that use federal funds are products of a credible planning process and meet local priorities. The DOT requires that every major metropolitan area, which is defined as an area with a population of 50,000 or more, have a designated MPO in order to qualify for federal highway or transportation assistance. As of today's date, as the city manager stated, there are 23 MPOs in the state of Texas. Thus, the MPO's role is to develop and maintain the necessary transportation plan for the area to ensure that federal funds support these local developed policies. The DOT will not approve federal funding for urban highway and transit projects unless they are on the MPO's master training plan or training improvement program project list. The Corpus Christi MPO covers localities and portions of Nueces and San Patricio counties. The memberships.
Not to interrupt, but can they advance the slide, or are you doing that?
Oh, no, I'm still.
Is that the one?
Still the same slide. Just going over the second bullet. The Corpus Christi MPO covers portions of the Nueces and San Patricio counties. The memberships include Nueces County, San Patricio County, the City of Portland, the Port of Corpus Christi, and of course, the City of Corpus Christi. The organization is governed by a 7-member board known as the Transportation Policy Committee, or TPC. The TPC is comprised of the San Patricio County Judge, the Nueces County Judge, the City of Portland Mayor, the Mayor of the City of Corpus Christi, the Regional Transportation Authority Chair, the Port of Corpus Christi Authority Chair, and a representative from the Texas Department of Transportation. The technical support to this committee is provided by the Technical Advisory Committee, or TAC, which consists of 1 member from each of the represented jurisdictions or agencies. Staff support to both of these committees is provided by the full-time MPO staff. And often, the MPO staff is augmented with support from the United States Department of Transportation and the Texas Department of Transportation. Going to the third slide, the MPO third bullet, the MPO carries out 3 major work activities to meet the specific federal requirements. These are the MPO's 25-year long-range plan, also known as the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, the biannual update of the 4-year program for highway and transit improvements, which is known as the Transportation Improvement Program, and the annual adoption of a comprehensive 2-year planning program, which is known as the Unified Planning Work Program, or UPWP. The Corpus Christi MPO Transportation Policy Committee meets on the first Thursday of each month and is open to the public. The meetings begin at 2 p.m. and they are held in the Corpus Christi City Hall chambers located at 1201 Leper Street in Corpus Christi. Most recently, as the city manager stated, we attended the TPC meeting on September 1st, and we're now here today to provide you an update from that meeting. The first is an update regarding the Unified Transportation Program projects. On August 30th, TxDOT approved its 2023 Unified Transportation Program, or UTP. The purpose of the UTP's programs is to provide regional transportation projects that will be executed in the TxDOT Corpus Christi District and the Corpus Christi MPO region over the next 10 years. The approved 2023 UTP contains projects for multiple counties in the area, with 5 projects specifically planned for Nueces County. These projects include improvements to, an upgrade to South Highway 286. It has an estimated date range of 2023 to 2026, and the construction cost for that project is $52 million. We then have a widening of 286 from State Highway 358 to Horn Road. The construction for that project is estimated to be from 2027 to 2032, and the estimated construction cost is $28 million. We also have freeway ramps that are being improved on State Highway 358. The estimated construction date is from 2023 to 2026, and the estimated construction cost is $39.9 million. We have widening of FM 624. This is going to be constructed for 2023 to 2026 with an estimated construction cost of $21.3 million. And finally, we have safety and operational improvements that are being made to Park Road 22 with an estimated construction date of 2027 to 2032, an estimated construction cost of $17.9 million. To summarize, the 2023 UTP projects that the state will invest nearly $160 million in our region over the next 10 years. As such, the Transportation Policy Committee of Corpus Christi MPO recommended approval of these projects to the Texas Transportation Commission and included these projects as part of the MPO's fiscal year 23 through 26 Transportation Improvement Program and their 2020 through 2045 Master Transportation Plan. And I'll stand by for any questions.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Was there no discussion of the regional parkway?
And we'll turn it over. We'll turn it over to Dan McGinn, who is the director of our planning office.
Not in the 10-year plan, that the regional parkway is still on the 2045 MTP plan, and that is going to be an item that will be updated here over the next year and a half with the MPO. But it is currently still on that overall, 25-year list, but it did not receive any funding in this 10-year period.
I thought we were going to get funding for the environmental surveys.
I think these, I can be corrected if I'm not speaking exactly correct here, but these projects that we talked about here were ones that TxDOT, out of their budget, not necessarily the MPO budget, funded for.
Well, the
was
regional
a-
parkway
yeah.
would not be something that, it would have to, TxDOT would have to be partnered into it. I mean, there's just,
Right.
it's outside the city limits. It is a highway that connects to 286, proposed highway, excuse me. So, I mean, if we're not even looking at it for in the short range term, I mean, then we're just paying lip service to a second crossing over to the island.
Now, yeah, Councilman, there's numerous funding categories, if you will, in the MPO, as you know. So that one is in a different funding category, and that did not come up that wasn't discussed in this most recent meeting, just those TxDOT's funded
Okay, the
projects.
funding category for the environmental survey would probably be something the MPO could be in the MPO's budget, but I mean, the construction of that highway would have to be TxDOT. I mean, there's just no way we could afford something like that.
Yes, sir. And as the city administrator, probably going to take a myriad of different funding streams. But
Right.
that's something that's not lost on our radar, and we definitely
Well,
will.
I mean,
No, it's in another funding category is the answer.
well, two
Yeah.
years ago, that estimated project was, 400 million. I would imagine it's 600 million now.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was in phases A and B, right? One phase was for the connection to the island, and then the other phase was to get it to Rod Field Road. But we're not even talking about, any of those phases. So, I mean, I don't want to be on the backside of things like we've always been. We need to be on the front side, and we need to be pushing for at least the first phase of the regional parkway. So I've spoken to the MPO directly. I've talked to what's his name, Mr. McDonald, about it. It should be something in the direction of the growth of the city and safety-wise,
Yeah.
right?
Councilman, I'm gonna jump in here. Everything on that plan is for the direction of the growth of the city, and there is no lip service, zero. So I'm gonna have to correct you on that. But here's the other thing. There are members, just like there are members on this board, and so I am very happy to speak with you. I'm on that board to talk about how it isn't as easy as taking it off of a 25-year plan and just jumping it up to a 5-year. It's just not that easy because there are other projects, not only within Corpus Christi, but the county, San Pat, and so it is something that you and I probably need to sit down and discuss and talk about how we can move that forward, because I understand, we all understand, that is something that needs to move forward, and it can't move forward, and I think that's your point.
Right,
Can't move
and
forward
so what
unless
I was
there is
looking-
advocacy for it.
What I was
So,
looking
yes.
for was funding for the beginning process, right?
well, right.
Environmental studies, you have to do a bridge
Right.
over Oso Parkway.
Right.
So without any of those things being even planned or funded,
Right.
then we're not getting to the meat of it,
No,
so.
and we're not, and so we need to start having those conversations, starting with the environmental studies, so that we can start getting it moved forward. But I think you and I can have a good conversation about that
Okay.
and start moving it.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
sir. Okay, Councilman Lerman.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Young, you said that MPO was looking at the widening of 624, FM 624.
Yes, sir.
That was one of the projects.
Right.
Peter, you and I have talked about that several meetings.
We did.
That we had some concerns with the residents out there as far as making this more of a beautification type of project. We didn't
Right.
want that. We wanted to make sure that it was widened to where traffic can flow much easier and quicker. Are we going to be able to meet with TxDOT and pass over our concerns about that?
We are, yeah, we are engaged, we are meeting with them. We have been for over a year, and we continue to.
Okay.
That project name may be a little bit of a misnomer. That's the project name they initially used.
Okay.
But we know that dam, again, we asked for, to have a corridor study done.
Right.
And that was done, and we know there was some input from the council where you weren't in agreement necessarily with all the items in that study. But what that corridor study showed is we need more pedestrian accessibility. We don't want that Northwest Boulevard just widened to have more and more traffic plowing through
Right.
there. It needs to be more of a corridor that's amenable to walkers, bikers, where you can cross the street safely.
Safely.
So because of our interventions and the study that was done,
Yes, sir.
they have refined the scope of the work, and they're engaged with us in the execution of this project. And so I don't know if Dan can elaborate, because he's our point person that's meeting with TxDOT and their engineer and designers, where we've shared a lot of our document and ideas with them, and they're refining the scope. But Dan, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, we did, obviously TxDOT was part of that study that we did work through with council and got approved. And so TxDOT included us in the meeting with their hired consultant engineer that will be on the project. So they're agreeable to work with us and include us in that design process. And they're certainly aware of the document that was approved by the council and the wants and needs that the city has for Northwest Boulevard. So we're in good position, I think, to get a lot of the implementation items from that plan in the project. So we're in good shape, I think, right now on that. So
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like for Mike Pusley, Councilman Pusley, and I to stay abreast of that, because since it is out in our district out there, and several concerns have been brought up to our attention by the residents in that area.
Well, we agree, Councilman. I'm glad you and Councilman Pusley are taking leadership roles in that corridor. It's an important one for the Cal Island, Annabelle area. And what we see today is poor need, safety, refuge when you're crossing the street to side. There's a number of excellent businesses that have opened up there.
Yes, sir.
Just in the last couple of years, but the mobility is weak at best. We know the high school's there, and there's a lot of development, and it's a great future corridor for that northeast part of the city, northwest part of the city. So we'll be working with them closely to make sure what they initially were planning actually gets refined a little bit and keeps more pedestrian movement as a focal point.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And to that point, Councilman, a conversation that I've had with TxDOT regarding Rand Morgan, and I think I briefed Councilman Pusley on this, is a possible traffic light. A traffic light there, probably closer to the high school or to the school. That would help with the traffic in the morning and afternoon. So I just want you to know, I am having those conversations with TxDOT directly. Our staff had a meeting with TxDOT recently, and I'm actually in touch with them as well to see if in the interim, right, fixing the entire road, that's a huge endeavor, which is great. We're going to keep working on that. But in the interim, could we work together in getting a study done and then a traffic light put there? Yeah, thank you,
Greatly
sir.
appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Councilman Pusley.
Yes, I concur, Mayor. Right now, the Northwest Boulevard 624 corridor is extremely important, and we have to do something. It's now outstripped its ability to handle the traffic, no doubt. I would hope that we could at least initially work with TxDOT to maybe look at the traffic signaling there. I avoid that intersection at all costs because the traffic signaling, I think, is terrible. So that's one thing we might be able to do on a short-term basis. But the Rand Morgan Road issue, as that area develops, Mayor, is going to become, it's already a nightmare for the school district and everybody that tries to use that road. But there's another large subdivision that is being currently built there in the same exact spot, just on the other side of the road. And when you start adding that traffic in, we're going to have major problems. It'll be a gridlock for sure. So we definitely need to work with TxDOT to try to come up with short-term, long-term solutions, and the mayor makes a good point. We need some sort of signaling there to help with that.
Yeah, well, we'll keep working on that, and I'll keep you both apprised of that. Yes, sir. Okay.
Great, thank you, Neiman. Just so, Neiman, who oversees Public Works, Public Works is one of our leads for the MPO, as well as Planning, Dan McGinn. So what we'll do going forward is after each monthly meeting, we'll do a quick brief out to the full council, because like this update on these 5 projects totaling 162 million, we may not have known about them, right, if we're not letting everybody know. So they're real important, even though it's not the city's funding. TxDOT's a big part of making sure we have a good transportation system here in the city. Okay. Just one other thing too. Speaking of that area, next week on the City Council agenda, we have the 2020 bond program contract award for Wildcat. Right, that's right there by the high school. That was in the 2020 bond program that the voters approved. That's a $3.3 million construction contract.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so that'll be on City Council next week. Less than 2 years since the voters approved that bond program, the contract for construction's going to be awarded. That'll be one of more than 50% of all the projects that are in the 2020 bond program that'll be under construction or have a contract for construction before the vote in November on the new bond program. So that demonstrates tremendous delivery from this organization to the community. Not only can we put a bond program together, but we can execute is the message. So
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have a few other things, but mindful of the public comment, I'm not sure if you want to.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
No, let's come back to your report and get to public comment. So that would be item F. And before we begin, I'll ask our city attorney, Miles Risley, to review the council meeting rules of decorum, please.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'll be calling each person in order in which you signed up electronically. In person, public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will be allowed to speak prior to non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that there's a recording being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your full name and address prior to speaking. If you choose to speak during the public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so, but when the council considers the item, you won't be able to speak at that time, so you'll have to choose one or the other. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there's a timer underneath the base of the podium or the microphone. If you will keep an eye on that, and you'll know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once the buzzer goes off, I would kindly ask you to wrap up your comments. If you have a petition or any information that you would like the council to have, if you'll please give it to our city secretary, and she will distribute it to us before you start speaking. So with that, we will begin with Jack Gordy.
Yes, I'm Jack Gordon, live at 4118 Bray Drive. And I'm here for the same thing that I've been trying to get an answer for a long time. The city manager and the city attorney refuses to answer my request for public information. They're violating the state law, and every one of you sitting up there that got a copy of that state law, it's very, very, very clear. It says that they must answer it promptly, and if they don't answer it within 10 days, they must request permission from the Texas Attorney General to withhold the information. And they haven't sent a letter yet to the Texas Attorney General, and they got my request in May. And I'm still waiting for them to obey the state law. Today, the Texas Attorney General got a copy of my request to investigate the city for violating state law. Every one of you sitting up there got a copy of the state law, and I asked you, since they wouldn't give me the information I requested, I asked the city council to get me a simple answer, And not one of the council members even bothered answering my request. I wanted to know why the price of a DVD went from $3.50 to $97.50. $3.50 is what I've been paying, and all of a sudden they want $97.50, and I asked why the price went up, and nobody wants to tell me, and that's ridiculous.
We'll
There's
answer
no
that for you.
reason that the price went up.
Okay.
No reason at all.
Okay, Mr. Gordy.
And this, we'll see what the Texas Attorney General says, because the city knows, and I'll repeat it again, they know they're violating state law. And you, all of you got a copy of that, and it was in red, what they're violating. So there's no reason and no excuse that the city council won't take action. All of you know that they're violating state law. So the city council, we elected the city council to make sure that the city staff does things right. And you're not doing it.
Okay.
So it's time to start doing what you were elected for.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. Mr. Risley, can you address his concern? Mr. Gordy?
The response.
Mr. Risley's going to address at least the CD.
The response letter contained a link that he could download the information for free.
But his question was why it went up. Why did the CD go up from $3.50 to $90-something? Someone needs to explain that to Mr.
I think
Gordy.
that was simply indicating the cost of making the DVD. There was time involved by an official, and it was charged in accordance with state law. However, we also provided a link of where he could download the information for free.
Okay, Ms. Gordy, did you hear that? So if you don't want to pay for the time that it takes to get everything put on the CD, DVD,
It takes 2 to 5 minutes at the most.
Well, I don't know.
2
That's
to
what Mr.
5
Risley-
minutes to record a DVD.
But there
You
was-
put the DVD in the recorder, the original DVD, put the blank one over here, and punch the record button. Now,
Okay.
that might take 2 to 5 minutes.
Right,
And they
but-
want to charge $93.50? That
Mr.
is the
Risley,
most
do
ridiculous
you wanna-
thing that I've ever heard in
Okay,
my
well,
whole life.
let's let him respond
Well,
to
they
that.
know it's ridiculous.
Oh,
I'm 85 years old, and I've never heard anything that ridiculous in my life. 85, and I can't
I
accept
understand.
something
I
that
understand. I understand.
ridiculous. And the city council shouldn't accept it.
Okay. Well, the DVD doesn't cost $97. It's the time. So can we explain
It's
that?
the time in assembling the information in the manner in which you wished to see it formatted.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Risley. Michael Kennedy. Is Michael Kennedy with us? Okay, he is not with us. So now we will go to WebEx. Do we have Christopher Fallon on WebEx? We do? Okay.
Yes, Christopher,
Yes.
we're ready.
Chris Phelan,
Phelan.
3806 Kingston Drive. You know, I'm looking up there and I don't see council members who, you know, are supposed to be there listening to our public comments. That's real disingenuous of y'all. I just, y'all asked for this job and then, you know, we got people late, we got people who aren't here. It's just unfortunate. Every time we come up here, and this isn't what I came here to talk about. Every time we come up here, y'all walk out on us, y'all ignore us. Anyway, I'm here to talk about desalination. We've been telling y'all for a long time, we don't want this. The TCEQ, their own studies, the Be Best, we've known for decades, you can't go doing that. We've killed hooping cranes before because of it. The Choke Canyon didn't fill up. We had this big rain event. What's going on over there? You know, we got H&S over there. You gave a little breadcrumb. You're going to try and start working with this new. You think you're going to get a new judge over there? So you're already, I don't understand that relationship. That company, I told y'all, had hurt people. They're not qualified for that. Freeze Nichols was not qualified to do that desalination study. Did they ever do any of the stuff with our sewer? They've claimed to do sewers all this time. Did they do anything with our sewer that's under EPA oversight now? Anybody who has been an incumbent up there, I can't believe y'all even have the guts to put yourselves back up there. A couple of y'all realized, y'all read the writing on the wall. We do not want desalination. We do not want to spend that money. You are breaking the charter right now because you shouldn't be in drought contingency anymore. There's already enough in the reservoirs to come out of that, but you're still keeping us in there because you're trying to, like the port, the port is not being run democratically. You should have control of that organization, and instead they're over here, they're the tail wagging the dog, and it's undemocratic. And we demand you put the People's Port. We want candidates from the People's Port up there. Somebody from Hillcrest would be appropriate. Adam Carrington comes to mind. It's just not right what you're doing. We don't appreciate it. And you know, this isn't about electoral politics. This is about drinking out of old water pipes and you guys prioritizing industry instead of the people's drinking water. Thank you very much.
Mr. Freeland, thank you.
And then Ruth, do we have Lydia Ponce on video, or, video?
Let me check with IT.
Sure.
She had not logged in previously. And Mayor, I'd like to mention that Councilmember Smith has joined us by WebEx.
Oh. Welcome, Councilmember. Okay.
This is Ruth. Hi, has Lydia logged in? She's not on. Okay, thank you. Bye. Miss Lydia Ponce is not online, Mayor.
No? Okay, well then that will conclude our public comment. So Mr. Zanoni, would
Okay.
you like to finish your report?
Yes, ma'am, I would, thank you. So we do have two more items. The next one is a briefing by Brett Otting, our president and CEO of Visit Corpus Christi. And his presentation is timely because with the end of the Labor Day holiday and the close of the, I guess, unofficial summer season, Mr. Otting wants to provide us with an update on our visitor experience here this summer, as well talk a little bit about his budget and his operation. He didn't get a chance because of our extensive budget schedule that we did have to present most recently, so we told him, come on in. We know there's a little bit of budget fatigue, but I don't think we're completely saturated yet, so, right? So we're gonna turn it over to Brett.
I won't show too many graphs. Thanks for having me, Brett Otting, President, CEO of Visit Corpus Christi. Excuse me. Happy to be here today. So I know you are all very busy today, so I'm going to try to breeze through some of these slides, but we'll take questions. Happy to answer. First off, just again, where we're coming from. A couple months ago, you remember we did an economic impact study. Corpus Christi is the Gulf Coast capital. More visitors staying overnight, spending money than any other Texas coastal destination, and by a long shot. You see the difference here of Corpus Christi compared to Galveston, South Padre. So we have a lot of good things going on. We did have a very good summer. This is a graph of where our hotel occupancy tax is through the month of June. Today, hopefully, we will be getting the July numbers, but I know that the finance team did look at a forecast, and if that forecast is anywhere close to accurate, which I don't see why it wouldn't be, we're actually back ahead of pace of last year with one more month to go in the fiscal year, so that's very exciting. You know, everyone remembers last year was the best year we ever had for overnight visitation, and right now through July with 1 month to go, it looks like we're back there again, which is very good. So if we happen to falter in August because of all the rain, this year will still end up as the second best year we've ever had. So we're in good shape going forward. You all know about our Gulf Coaster program. We have golf carts out on North Beach, out on the Gulf beaches, as well as downtown. One of the things that we do with the Gulf Coasters is they are asking they're asking survey questions to visitors that they're interacting with. And over the summer, we had over 2,000 surveys filled out. And I wanted to go through some of the findings because there are some interesting tidbits. First off, overall, the average of over 2,000 visitors gave us an 8.8 out of 10 score, which is very, very good. Everybody was very happy with what they witnessed and experienced while they were here in Corpus over the summertime. And this slide right here shows where people stayed. It's no surprise that most of them stayed in hotels, but one thing that might surprise you is that more people actually came down for a day trip of the surveyors than stayed overnight. And that is a key part of our strategic plan for next year, is to convert them to coming for the day and actually getting them to stay overnight so they're spending more money in the community. But through the Gulf Coasters, like I said, the downtown, the Gulf Beaches, North Beach, and the Visitor Center at Water Street Market, we were able to look and see how people scored us in different areas. Overall, very, very good scores on average. The highest one, obviously, is the Gulf Beaches at almost a 9 out of 10, so it's very good right there. Downtown was the lower at 8.6, but you're going to see some thoughts when it gets to the comment section of why that is, but 8.6 out of 10 is still very, very positive. One thing here to see in-state versus out-of-state. 82% of all the surveyors were from Texas, which is about what we expected, 20% being from out-of-state. But the two things I want to point out is, number one, because this is a backbone of how we're going to market next year, number one, those that are from out-of-state stay considerably longer than those for in-state. And we want to continue to try to convert people to stay longer, and that's a reason why we're continuing to look out-of-state. And then secondly is people from Texas have a slightly larger party size, even though they're staying less time. So think about it as the weekend trips versus the actual vacations. As we get farther away from Corpus Christi, you see those length of stay continue to increase. So we're going to continue to market farther away. And then you see there's not that much of a difference between different cities when it comes to the party size. This is no surprise to you, this heat map here. This is where our visitors, this is digital analytics. This is where our visitors are coming from within the state of Texas. The bigger cities obviously are no surprise. Here's out of state. We've circled two very key cities and destinations there, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and then Denver. We all know about the work that we're doing with the airport and trying to get more air service. The numbers continue to show that people from Denver, people from out of state are coming here. Denver is still a top market, and so really working more with the airport. We were with them last week with some airlines, talking to them, and things are still progressing. This right here is a great example of what they're doing to get people here. You see the increases since 2019 from out-of-state visitors. And again, why that's relevant is because people from out-of-state stay longer and they spend more money. The more money they're spending, the more sales tax they're contributing to the city. So over on the right, you see two bold areas. Two are very important. 58% more likely to visit here if they've seen an ad from Visit Corpus Christi. So we're very strategic where we place our digital ads and how we go about doing that and who we're actually seeing those ads. But 58% more likely is very good, but then increase that when it comes to out-of-state. 239% more likely to visit Corpus Christi if they're from out-of-state and they saw one of our ads. So that shows the impact that our ads out-of-state are having, and we just started that this summer, and we're going to keep increasing that as we go on. And then in summary here, Texans scored slightly higher on that survey as a place to visit than out-of-state, but still 8.6 out of 10 is very good. But what that shows is that there are some things that people from out-of-state maybe have a different expectation for people in-state. And so the next couple slides are some of those actual comments that we'll get into. Overall, they were very, very positive. People love the beaches. They love the city. One to point out was that there were multiple comments about how nice everybody is in Corpus, which is very, very important for tourism. So that's something that we should all be very proud of. A couple things that were negatives. The road construction, that's no surprise. That continues to be a theme, but The city's doing a great job at that, and it's getting better. So when it comes to tourists, though, that's a twofold. That's one is the street might not be repaired, but then there's also cones being repaired, and people that don't know the shortcuts around might have a harder time. So that's not a surprise. But lack of beach parking, and this was more focused on the Gulf beaches. Beach parking for those that don't want to park their vehicle on the beach. Beach bathroom accessibility. There is a lack of bathrooms when it comes to the beaches, and I know that in the bond there's a plan for that. Correct? Yeah.
And the budget, and the 23 budget that council approved, right?
Yeah. Beach bathroom accessibility, I said that. Beach cleanliness was one that was pointed out, a lack of restaurants, food trucks, and nightlife, and then just a lack of experiences by the water. So these are all things that were pointed out. We have to find things to get better, so it can't always be great. These were not large swaths of people that were making these comments, but we do try to find people that are saying things that we can bring back to different parts of the community to say we need to improve upon this. One thing that we did, the little logo there, the sea with the seawall, this is something that we did with the Parks and Rec team this summer. If you walked along the seawall on Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, you will have seen multiple people out singing, playing music and stuff, and that's just us trying to create more of an atmosphere for people that are down along the seawall. That's in the budget again for next year, and we're going to continue working with Parks and Rec to try to grow that, but just give people an experience when they're walking along the seawall. But that also can go towards different vendors out on the Gulf beaches and on North Beach as well. Food trucks, people renting out umbrellas, just anything that gives someone something to do, and from our standpoint, gets them to spend some money. So anytime there's a vendor out there that is of interest to a visitor, that means that they might spend some money, and that's good for us. Do you have a question, Mayor?
Well, I was noticing, I would love to know a little more when they say beach cleanliness, because we have it under positive and negative.
Yeah.
So it's great that people made comment that, hey, your beaches are clean, because that's one of the main things, right? That we go to and somebody else's beach, that's something you notice. Yeah. But under the negative one, you know, what are they referring to?
I've talked to our research data scientist about if there's a way to break down, as the slides before, we broke down what cities they're from. Are they from in-state, out-of-state? Can we break that down to see who's scoring that higher as well? So, I mean, that is something that there are some people that say the beaches are in good shape and then some that aren't. And so the ones that don't think that they're as clean as others they may have been to, where are they from and why is that?
Or what are they comparing it to?
Yeah, and where are they comparing it, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great
and then from a
slide.
development standpoint, as in like the question was, what kind of things would you like to see to make your experience better? More restaurants, food trucks, more things along the water, more nightlife, more kid-friendly activities, better buildings and aesthetics, more shopping, and then more walkability. So those are all different things that were pointed out. Now, even us, we look at this and we say there's plenty of things to do. But there could always be more. But that also is an indication for us of the impact of the Gulf Coaster program and having those individuals out there educating people. Because what we do find out is that a lot of times our staff will go up to people on the beach and they won't know what's going on. Believe it or not, there are people that will drive straight down 37 out to the Gulf beaches and stay in a hotel or a condo, and we have to tell them that we have the 4th largest aquarium in the country here. Some people don't realize that. So it's very important that we continue, once they get in market, that we continue to tell them what is going on as well. Just a slide that shows the impact of our advertising in a different way. So this is Expedia. So this right here means people that saw one of our ads from Expedia that we placed, then went and spent $2.2 million on Expedia booking rooms and airline tickets over the last 4 months. So again, they were on the web, they were on the internet, they saw one of our ads, it made them want to go learn more, and then they went to Expedia and they booked booked a trip here. Here, yeah. So it's very powerful. So that shows, again, the strength that we have as a marketing organization in trying to reach the right people and getting them interested in coming here. 77% is the airlift. So once someone saw one of those ads, they were 77% more likely to buy a plane ticket to come here as well. So again, we're going to continue to work as much as we can with the airport to try to help them out, showing them our data, so we can get more air service here. We had a lot of great achievements. I won't go through all these because I talked about them a lot over the last year, but this is some of the biggest achievements last year. And probably in our mind, the one that was the most proud that we were was being named one of 200 cities in the world to have international accreditation. And I talked about this a few months ago once we got this, but again, this is something that we want to make sure everybody understands. We are one of less than 200 cities in the world that is internationally accredited, meaning that we are an organization now that when any organization such as Visit Corpus Christi is trying to go through a rebuild, trying to go through how to be better, they're looking at us. And the Destinations International organization is telling them to look at Visit Corpus Christi as an organization that understands how to operate appropriately. So how do we best that is a question, and we feel that we did best that in this year's achievements. So we've had 3 major awards in the last 2 months that we have won. The first one was in June at the bottom, the Etsy Award. We won Best Innovative Brand in an international trade show. And then 2 weeks ago at the Texas Association of CVBs, which is the association that all convention and visitors bureaus in the state of Texas are members of, we won 2 awards. We won Best Leisure Marketing Program, and we won the Organization of the Year in the state of Texas. So that is something that we're very proud of, and hopefully you are all proud of as well, knowing that I would hope that you think that you're in good hands when it comes to tourism marketing in the city, because this is a pretty big honor for our organization. This year, a couple things that we're going to focus on is continuing to dive deeper into our advertising and being more literal in who we're marketing to. You see, we're going to have specific marketing campaigns for the winter, for Winter Texans. For VFR stands for Visiting Friends and Relatives. And over half of people that stay overnight in Corpus Christi, this is a crazy stat, over half of the people that stay overnight sleep at their family's house, not in a hotel. And so, one, we want to figure out how to convert them to stay in a hotel to spend some more money. But if not, we want to make sure that we are interacting with the community to make sure that they're not just making home-cooked meals and watching TV all day, that they're actually taking them out and they're sending them to the attractions. They're taking them to their favorite restaurant as well, and make sure that they show the city. The people of Corpus Christi are tourism marketers as well when they have friends and family coming here. And that is it. I guess I went too fast here. Here's the markets that we're going to advertise to next year. And some of these are very strategic when it comes to those 2 northern, Minneapolis and Chicago, or more focused during the winter. Kansas City and Denver, and Oklahoma City, Tulsa. Those are airline markets that we are hoping that we can continue to convince airlines that they would be successful here, and then obviously around the state of Texas as well. Peter and I and some of Peter's staff have worked over the last couple months reimagining the group incentive program. This is a separate line item in the hotel occupancy tax budget that we manage. This money is used specifically to try to bring large-scale groups to Corpus Christi for conventions, for events that stay overnight. And so as convention business starts to come back, I wanted to show you this slide because in the last year we've had 4 groups, again, and we're starting slow back from COVID, but we've had 4 groups that in the last couple of years we gave them $195,000. Okay, that $195,000 generated 16,000 hotel rooms and $11 million in direct economic impact. This is not an induced number. This is a direct spend that those 16,000 room nights spent eating, doing things, and so forth, which is a 58-to-1 return on investment. So we're going to continue. We have this number is going to be a lot larger next year when I come back because convention business is coming back. We're starting to see a lot more people are interested, and we're continuing to spend that money in that fund to bring the right types of people here. And then the last slide is we reran these numbers after the economic impact study. For every $1 that is spent in Corpus Christi on a hotel room overnight, we generate $11.83 in sales tax revenues for the city. So
Wow.
I will stand for any questions you may have.
That is wonderful. That's awesome. Yeah, Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Brett, thank you for what you do. You and your staff have done a tremendous job in marketing Corpus Christi. Can you imagine once just the construction's all over on the freeways and stuff, what we could really do? You know, one of the biggest issues, Peter, that we've talked about, and I think several council members have mentioned to you, is signage as far as how to get people to certain areas. You're right, Brett, what you say. I mean, we have no signage, say, on the island that says we have the aquarium and the Lexington down here on North Beach, and vice versa. We don't have signages on North Beach saying, go visit the island. And, you know, that's what we need to concentrate. Whether it's billboards, I mean, I don't know. It's different ways to advertise. We just have to figure out a way that we can get people to different parts of the city, not just stuck in one area. That's important.
You can probably speak more, but I will say last year, in last year's budget, there was money for wayfinding study in there, and then there's more money in there this year as well. That process is ongoing. There was a meeting just 2 weeks ago that we had. So the end result will be something like 400 or 500 signs, hopefully, around Corpus Christi from the gateways all the way to the beaches with directional signage on what are the high-end visitor attractions, where do people want to go, that'll direct them all over town.
Yeah, I know that we have that program going, but we just haven't really gotten 100% on it.
Yeah.
That's going to be a great program once we get it going.
I've went through that process before. It's a very long, drawn-out process. There's a lot of science when it comes to where the signs go and so forth.
And the construction doesn't help us either, though, at this point right now. You know,
That's
but I know
all right.
Peter and I have talked about it, though, and you've talked to the council members also.
Yeah, we wanted to, so we did a request for proposal, and there were several out-of-state firms that wanted to help us, but we wanted an in-state firm, right? Somebody from Texas. So we do have that firm. They're from Houston, and they're working right now on the concepts of the program, the wayfinding signage. We know that each area of town will have a unique look. Like North Beach, their signage will look a little bit different than Padre Island.
Right.
But all will resemble each other. You know, they'll be connected still. So we'll bring you an update on that, either via memo or just maybe a future city manager report on how we're doing on that program.
Yeah, and I think it would benefit the city also to have it in the two gateways into Corpus Christi, making sure that they're heading in the right directions on what they want to see.
Like
That's
welcome to
important.
Corpus Christi.
Yes, sir.
Right.
That's important, you know, but we've got that construction going on. As long as we have that, it's pretty difficult for us to work on those gateways. But once that's over, we need to be ready to have some great signages in the gateways into Corpus Christi. But once again, I want to thank you, Brett, for all you do. You do a tremendous job, you and your staff, and promoting the city, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, great job, Brett. Congratulations to you and all of your staff and everybody working hard. I'm gonna bring this up one more time. I'm gonna keep bringing it up till maybe we get something done. And one of the things that people mentioned were lack of things to do in the entertainment area, and we all understand that, and we're trying to do some things about that, but also lack of restaurants and food accessibility by the water. And so for me, that's not only at the beach, but we have the T-heads, which I think, I'll say again for the 100th time, is an absolute opportunity that we are missing and have been missing in this city for a long time. And I know you and I have had this discussion about, you know, how we could go out and find, you know, chain restaurants or whoever that might be interested in coming in here and doing a public-private partnership sort of deal to help get more things in downtown Corpus Christi.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
And this is a question for Peter. Is it, why didn't we schedule this as a briefing? Because, I mean, the presentation isn't included in the agenda. So just out of curiosity, what was the decision there?
Because we already have like 4 briefings, so we didn't want to oversaturate you at the end of the meeting.
Well, I guess from my perspective is just making sure that this presentation is available to the public. Do you have it somewhere posted? Is it on your website for the CD?
This presentation?
Right.
Everything within this presentation is posted in the About Us section. Actually, I was trying to cut down time, so I removed a slide, but if you go to visitcorpuschristi.com and you go to the About Us page, all this info, the economic impact report, our business plan, our strategic plan, the hotel numbers, everything is there.
Okay, so just from a perspective of trying to get because I didn't see the presentation until it was emailed today.
Right, yeah, we emailed it in advance of the meeting, right, Councilman?
Right, so
yeah, so the council members had it.
But to something that Councilman Pusley harps on is making sure that whatever's gets posted is available to the public.
Right, that's why it's on their website.
Right. Well, I mean, the presentation's not, but the information is, right?
Right.
So, but what I want to say is I want to make sure that we're sticking to what the requirements are to have everything posted 3 days in advance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, I concur, Peter. You know, I don't get up first thing in the morning before a meeting and go check my email. We had audit meeting this morning, so
Right.
I don't have a copy of this either, and I think it should, whatever we present to this council in the way of PowerPoints or spreadsheets or whatever it may be, has to be accessible to the people in the public.
Right.
Has to be part of our agenda as an attachment.
There's
And that's not your fault, Brett.
Yeah.
That's just how we need to do things, but, you know, I'd like to have a copy of this where I could look at it further if somebody asked me a question.
Right.
Well, what did Brett say about that? I went, well, wait a minute, let me go back and look.
Constance did send it here just a little bit ago, but there's two guarantees I have. One is I guarantee that my staff is watching this right now, and before I get back, they will have uploaded this onto the website.
Oh, good, the presentation?
They're pretty quick at this.
Very
so,
good.
So
Yeah.
give me 2 hours and it'll be on the website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the point.
I understand.
People who access our agenda online need to have access to this.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll put it online, Councilman. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And, you know, Brett, I want to echo, thank you for what you're doing. I mean, you've brought a whole new, fresh perspective, a whole new, you brought us to the, you know, the 21st century with regard to digital media and marketing, using these heat signatures. I mean, it's really exciting to see that type of activity and that type of science in addition to all the creativity. How much is our marketing budget?
Well, are you speaking of the entire organization budget or the marketing budget?
The marketing that you're just doing.
The marketing budget, we will spend about $2.7 million on straight marketing this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Digital ads and advertisements. That's not counting some of the other ways that we market. But if you're talking about specifically how much is on digital or in a magazine or on television, about $2.7 million.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I encourage you, and Peter, I encourage you that with regard to those questionnaires, is that we kind of dig into that as well. And the other thing that I would do is, because you said lack of activities, you know, more activities on the beach, more food trucks, more whatever. So perhaps we talk to the vendors who we already have out there, and then we talk to them and say, okay, what could we be doing for you? And then, and I think that's something that, I know I've harped that Parks needs to do that. And I think if maybe you collaborated and we said, okay, what's going on in other communities or whatever it is you're doing, because you're doing a great job, I don't want to tell you. But I think that's the thing sometimes, like I know one thing that I've harped on since I've been here is the idea of permitting for vendors. It's, there's no science to it. It's just basically, you know, we kind of don't have a standard, and then sometimes we don't make it easy for the vendor either to be able to have enough time to go ahead and invest if they're going to, or if they're going to. So, you know, like food trucks, for example, it's that you can't just be on the bayfront and make a living as a food truck owner. You've probably got to have a restaurant attached to it, or you've got to be on the other side of town. It seems like right now, across Saratoga, behind where I live, and you can hear those generators going on all evening long on Fridays because the people from the bars go out there. And so I think that's some of the things that we need to, if we knew, because somebody gets a permit for that. So if we knew, then okay, this is an area that generates traffic, then what can we do to improve that area? Whether it be electrical hookups or something of that nature. Because if there's a demand there, then how can we accentuate that demand so that way we're supporting small businesses as they're out there, whether they be vendors, whether they be selling items on the beach, or, you know, and it always frustrates me, not so much because of exactly my situation, but there's times, you know, walking on the seawall and you'll hear those generators going on. The other thing is that, like I said, I think Parks needs to interact, is example is the woman that puts on the soccer tournament every year. It's like, okay, how can we enhance your experience for all your visitors? And I think that's the whole thing. We need to perhaps look at who our stakeholders are. And so it's not, I think your creativity with the maintenance operation that Parks has, because that's part of the challenge of the mentality, is they're just looking at maintaining what we have and making sure the grass is cut, the beach is clean. But if we talk to the vendors, so that way we have this collaboration.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. I agree, and a good example of that going back at last year, when the first year we did those surveys, was the See You on the Seawall program. We saw a lot of people saying that there's not much to do when we're walking along the seawall. It'd be nice if there was some music or different things like that. So we went back, we showed Parks and Rec the data. We talked to Peter about here's a plan that we have, and then we created that program. And so we'll be coming back to different city departments, depending on what department we're looking at from the surveys, and trying to say, here's what the data shows, here's some ideas that we have, what would it look like. But as far as vendors, I would agree with everything that you said there, because that is something that helps small business, but it also helps the visitors as well.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And the more successful we can make them, then actually we create those attractions, so that way those individuals will, because then there'll be more activity.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work.
Thank you. Councilman Hunter?
Thank you and great job. I don't really have anything else to say to you, Brett. Peter, where are we at on brick and mortar or businesses along beachfronts and seawalls? Plus, he brings up a great point. We've brought this up for 6 to 7 years, and every time we do, it's unfortunate bad event happens. Then we had the hurricane, then we had COVID, and then we had a winter storm even right after we've discussed it. So are we waiting on discussing this ordinance after the November election, or is it possible that we could bring it before then? Because obviously that would
I'm
take a
sorry,
long
Councilman,
time.
but the first part was, you said businesses along the bayfront? So
Beachfront and seawall.
businesses, establishments, is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, T-Has. We've actually never discussed that. That's a good idea.
Right, we do have, we're working on a master plan for the T-Heads. I'm unfamiliar with any type of ordinance for businesses on the bayfront.
Yeah,
but we
so
can bring something forward if you'd like.
Michael Mays is, I think, the only true business on the beach that we have.
I think he's talking about literally on the beach.
Oh, on the beach
On
itself,
beaches.
okay.
Yeah,
right.
on the sand,
seawall,
Oh, I see. I was thinking the bay beaches, my apologies. So
Yeah,
in
no
the Gulf beaches, right, we have entertained, we have spent time with and have connected with Development Services, some of the developers that have done that. But we probably need more focus on it, is the real answer.
Well, and hence the
Yeah.
Economic Development Office.
Right, that'd be a great thing for the new Economic Development Department to focus on how do we bring, we
Department.
know it's happening further north of our beaches, and we want some of that activity along ours, so we'll have to put that on as a strategy for this fall.
Sure.
Is what- yeah.
Yeah.
And then another discussion that got, I guess, halted, I guess would be the best way to put it from the hurricane, and I hadn't even brought it back up yet, was McGee Beach down here, we were going to extend it. And we were basically gonna bring in truckloads of sand and extend it. Is that still an opportunity that we could take on if it was donated to the city?
Extend it north, Councilman, or is that?
I guess along the breakwater. So you extend it
Right.
along the breakwater.
We'd have to look into that. I know we just did some extensive rework of that breakwater wall, and we're doing dredging on the other side to give more capacity in the marina. But we can look at that as
Okay.
well. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The one thing I was going to bring up, and Peter, we've had this conversation, but along the seawall, which I love, I think it makes a huge difference. I didn't realize, we were down the seawall a few weekends, and the entertainment is great. It really makes a difference.
Yeah.
The gentleman, playing jazz, and then you go a little further, and it's, I don't know, whatever he was playing. But either way, it's entertaining, and it makes for a much better experience. However, and we talked about this, and you addressed it, is the cleanliness. We
Right.
have to put I hope we have money budgeted for the cleaning, the actual professional cleaning of the seawall.
Right.
And of course, those trash cans that need to be much larger.
Right. Yeah, Robert Dodd, our Parks Director, has already implemented that, Mayor, since
Okay,
we
good.
talked about it this summer.
Which one?
And the budget that's,
Which
well,
one?
the two you mentioned, the cleanliness
And the larger trash
and the
cans?
yeah, the trash cans aren't really appropriate.
Yeah.
They're not large enough, and it's actually hard to get the waste in the
That's what
system
we're
in the
talking
can. So we began at the Selena Memorial Mirador, and that is pressure washed. I'm not sure how many times a week now, but before it was not, so now it's pressure washed. I was biking by there last Saturday, and it had already been completely pressure washed before the sun was even coming up. So, so the goal is to start there and move both north and south along the seawall and make it part of our regular routine.
Good.
Right.
Okay, wonderful.
It's at least twice a week. I 7:45 driving to my office.
Yeah.
At least twice a week.
Okay, great.
Good. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. This
Thank
is, Councilman Busley, I just want to thank you because these numbers are exactly what we need to see. Because the monies that are being expended through your office are working. And it is, everything you're saying is exactly what we want to see this department, the office, organization do. It is coming back to us, and you continue to move us forward. Even something as simple, and I say it as much as I can, and I put it in my post, Gulf Coast Capital. That is, I love that. I love that because it is branding for us. And I love this new one with the little sunglasses, see on the seawall. I think we need to get that out just as much as the Gulf Coast
Well,
Capital.
if we could track who posts Gulf Coast Capital the most in town, you would definitely be up there. So thank you for that.
Don't spend money on tracking that, I'll just tell you. Councilman Busley.
Yeah, to kind of go along with my T-head thing, could we look at, would it be possible to have like food truck night on the T-heads or something of that nature, and maybe help with some sort of, through your department, some sort of sponsorship to at least get people interested in going down there? Is that something we could look at?
Yes, in a sense that we are, the See You on the Seawall program, we did partner with Parks and Rec on some food trucks on those nights. So next summer, we hope to expand it the number of days, but also expand the distance that it's going to as well. And so it's more all the way to the Selena Mirador as well, and that could include the T-heads with food trucks. So I know that we'll get a head start. This was an idea that kind of came to fruition a little late. We didn't really get started until around July this year, but by the end of the summer, it was pretty successful, so we'll get a head start on it this coming year.
Because I know it's got to be difficult to park a food truck on Shoreline Boulevard basically any time of the day and try to serve people without getting somebody run over. So, maybe if we moved them down into the T-head area to help showcase our T-head area and also show people that you can actually sell food down there and make money. But, and then, Peter, one of the reasons I supported your plan for the in-house EDC, if you will, to the chagrin of at least 3 of my fellow council members, is the fact that I want to see if we can't do some things like this. And I'm hoping that plan that you have put together, and I know you've worked extensively with the mayor, and she's a big supporter, and I appreciate that. But whatever we can do to increase the entertainment value of the downtown area of Corpus Christi. And finally, I just want to say, the more trash receptacles you can have down there, the better.
Yeah.
I mean, really, if you go back and read about Walt Disney, he had a theory about that and about how you keep your places clean, like his parks and whatnot. And, it's an interesting read.
Yeah. And I'll add to that as well, because the same question or same response came up when it came to the Gulf beaches, but we have more people coming. There's more people frequenting downtown. There's more people on the beach. So that stands to reason that there's going to be more trash. There's going to be more needs for bathrooms and things like that. So as we continue to bring more people, that is putting more work on Peter from that standpoint.
Yeah.
But Mayor, if I may, just briefly, speaking of the trash receptacles, I was at North Beach a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't even a holiday. it was a Friday, Saturday, and that beach was packed with people, okay? Trash was everywhere. Not only do we need more trash cans, we need individuals at work that will pick up the trash. Either they do it hourly out there, twice a day. The trash cans, the receptacles were full, it was just overflowing. The wind was blowing, there was trash blowing everywhere. We don't have enough receptacles, but then on top of that, we don't have the manpower at this point that I can see that's out emptying these trash receptacles. We need them out there on the weekends. So
Right,
that's
Councilman?
important.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what and what beach were you referring to, Councilman?
North
I missed that first
That was
one.
North Beach.
North Beach, right,
Yeah,
okay.
I was
well,
just there I just drove over there for a weekend
Good,
just
yeah.
to see, and it was packed. I mean, there was people all over the place.
Right, well, I made a note of that because we did change the frequency on the seawall to where not just once a day, but 3-4 times a day, we're cycling through and replacing those garbage bags with fresh ones, emptying the trash, basically.
It's probably just weekends on the North Beach. I don't think it'd
Right.
be on a daily type of
No,
basis, but I
that's
think
good,
the
yeah.
weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we need to take a look at it
Okay,
on those
that's
days.
good. Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, Brett, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for being with us.
Brett, thank you, and just, we do appreciate your professionalism, Brett, and you can tell, it's always great to see somebody that's passionate about what they do for a living. That shows today through Brett. Coming up in the agenda, you do have some Visit Corpus Christi board appointments.
We do.
So that's timely. And then next week, Rob Hunden, with 100 Strategic Partners, will be presenting to the council his preliminary findings on a convention center hotel and a convention center assessment. And so that is timely as well. That'll be next week as a preliminary presentation, with the final one coming about a month later. So just one final thing, and this one here, Mayor, does do a little bit also with visitors. The Conquer the Coast bike event that takes place this Saturday. Yesterday, the mayor, Councilman Martinez, and myself hosted a media event here in the City Council chambers to let the community know that there'll be over 1,000 cyclists at Whataburger Field Saturday morning. And those cyclists can partake in either a 66-mile bike ride along the bay.
No, thank you.
I'll be one of them.
Peter's going to be the 66.
I'll
I'm
be
the
there.
21.
We're going to go over Harbor Bridge,
I'm doing it.
Portland, Ingleside, Aransas Pass, and take a ferry to the island, and then we'll come back up Ocean Drive to Whataburger Field. So 66 miles.
Going over the ferry, sir, I'm sorry. You should be swimming the ferry across that canal, the
Right.
channel.
On a triathlon.
And then our mayor is going to do the 21-mile bike ride.
Yes.
She's gotten her bike all ready to go. It looks great,
Dusted it
Mayor.
off.
Yeah, helmet and everything. So the cycling community is real excited that this mayor has embraced this event.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and mayor's going to be at the event at 7 o'clock to make some
what time?
opening remarks. 7 o'clock.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
The event kicks off at 7:15, but last year was pretty successful coming out of COVID, but we missed the city's presence. And so the mayor and I worked over the past 12 months to make sure that we, the city, and the mayor, the lead spokesperson for the city, is there to welcome the cyclists, most of whom come from out of town. So over 60% of the registered cyclists come from out of town. So it's a great way to showcase our city. An important thing to note is that people pay to register, and these funds are used for education.
Right.
And so over 40,000, I believe, is the number, is used for education at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and then at the Greater Chamber of Commerce as well, to help in professional development and some scholarships as well. So it's a great event to showcase the city, great event for physical activity. We do have some sponsors we want to recognize, as we did yesterday. HEB has been a proud sponsor. This is the 20th year of the event, and they've sponsored every year. Valero, and then the Corpus Christi Mentor also is one of our sponsors. AAP Texas New Star is additional sponsors as well. We want to thank the organizer, especially Arthur Haas, who's with Higginbottom Company. He was the one that really held the committee together and planned the whole route. It's pretty extensive. There's road closures, there's safety, there's EMS. Chief Rocha will be there with his team to make sure if any cyclists need assistance. So quite an effort. John LaRue, the president of the chamber, Gloria Fuentes, John Palumbo from Texas A&M Corpus Christi, Michael Wood, some of the other folks that have been involved. And let me just see if there's anything else. Also, our city departments, we want to thank them, our engineering department, police and fire department, public works and parks, all for making this event successful this Saturday. And I forgot to add 10 on the number, so actually the funds that are raised from the registration and then that go to education is between $327,000 to $340,000. So that's pretty significant. I think actually that's pretty significant for the community. So coming out Saturday, we're monitoring the weather, and should be a great event. We look forward to seeing the cyclists out there.
Yes.
Mayor, right.
And we invite the council to join. There's a 10-mile, but you can join me on the 21. Like Councilman
Do you need anybody to drive the beer cart?
You know what? Thank you,
Michael
Councilman.
Hunter and I are available for that.
Yeah. That'll be after, and I should thank also Brewster Street. They're going to have an event after the cycling at their location downtown. So we want to thank Bill Durrell and Sam Canavari also for sponsoring that.
Yes, thank you, Bill and Sam. Okay, wonderful. That
concludes the city manager's report for this morning.
Okay, great. So I meant to do this earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now. I would like to read a quick proclamation. This is a proclamation that is happening. It starts September 15th, so Thursday, and it's Hispanic Heritage Month. This is a proclamation that last year was the first time we actually proclaimed it as a city after over, I think it was 15 years, which is unbelievable, but it is what it is. And so now we're kind of like Conquer the Coast. This is the 20th year of Conquer the Coast, and the city has never really been, we've always been a part of it, but never really embraced it. And that's what, Peter and I had discussion about, which is why you just heard all about it. Well, Hispanic Heritage Month, as any heritage that we celebrate is important, especially when you have a city that's made up of 62% of Hispanic culture. So with that, I'd like to read this first here for the council. So whereas each year Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, and the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson and was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. It was enacted into law on August 17th of 1988. And whereas the story of Hispanics in America is the story of America itself, and the Hispanic community's values, love of family, a deep and abiding faith, and a strong work ethic are America's values. And whereas from those who trace their roots to America's earliest days to those who recently came to the United States carrying nothing but hope for a better life, Hispanics have always been integral in our national story, and America is a richer and more vibrant country because of the contributions of Hispanics. And whereas Hispanics have played a vital role in the moments and movements that have shaped our country, and they've enriched our culture and brought creativity and innovation to everything from sports to the sciences, from the arts to our economy, and have made invaluable contributions through their service to our country. And whereas the rich ethnic heritage of Hispanic Americans gives us cause to celebrate because it is a proud and colorful portion of our nation's heritage, reaffirming our belief in the principles of liberty and democratic government. And the future of Corpus Christi is inextricably linked to the future of our Hispanic community, and our city thrives on the diversity and ingenuity of all of our people. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim September the 15th through October the 15th of 2022 National Hispanic Heritage Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I encourage all citizens to observe this month with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs. And so with that, you will see, or I guess already see, a very decorative rotunda, because that was the schedule for facilities department. But it's a little early, but you see it decorative, and you will see our council chambers that will become as well decorative, and you will see a lot of programs, a lot of messages, and a lot of really just fun celebration for the city of Corpus Christi during this month. So I'm just very proud to read that, and very happy that the city of Corpus Christi is proclaiming Hispanic Heritage Month, as we should, moving forward. So thank you. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to G, our board and committee appointments. Ms. Ruth?
Thank you, Mayor. All applications are in your packets along with the attendance records. The first board for consideration is the Coastal Bend Council of Governments. There are 2 vacancies representing the following categories, 1 regular member and 1 alternate. City Manager Mrs. Zanoni is recommending the new appointments of Neiman Young, regular member, and Gabriel Hinojosa, alternate.
Okay, so council members, I'll entertain a motion to appoint Neiman Young as the regular member and Gabriel Hinojosa as the alternate.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Oh, yes, sir.
I'm sorry. You know, I know typically on all other boards and appointments, we put their attendance record. You know, in light of obviously the challenges that we faced with the last one, I think that's important. So that way I don't mean to be managing you, but that way we share with them when we see what their attendance record is. Because I think if we go back to the other council members that didn't know that they were there, and I'm not trying to point at them also, but I think we need to bring more activity to this particular, to the Council of Governments. And for one, just like any other board member, we want to see what their attendance is, so that way the city staff as well, so that way we can know what's going on.
Right,
Councilman,
Go
I
ahead, Mayor.
completely agree with that, and I will say, the EDC board, every single month, there is a little bar graph of who had, you know, it's an ongoing, moving little graph of every meeting I've attended or not, and so forth, the rest of the meeting, or the rest of the board, and I think it really does make more accountability happen. So I completely agree with you. I think that's a great suggestion to make.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Hunter?
You know, I'm glad you brought that up, because if you're going to the meetings, I didn't even know I was on the board, you guys should be telling us, especially if you're sitting right next to me.
Well,
But
I didn't know you were on the board either.
I didn't know, we need to know what boards we're on, so not just this one, but any other boards.
All right.
Yeah, but,
Okay, so all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
The next board for consideration is the Corpus Christi Convention and Visitors Bureau. There are 7 vacancies representing the following categories: 4 community at large, 2 restaurant industry, and 1 attraction industry. Mayor, we can take the reappointments first. The CVB recommends the reappointments of San Cavanati at large, Gabriel Hilpold at large, Daniel Suckley at large, and Jennifer Vila attraction.
Second.
Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Mayor, I'd like to see if Councilman Greg Smith is on WebEx.
He is.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
For his
he's-
vote, I need to see his.
Okay, yeah,
face.
Councilman? Did you vote for both of those, Councilman? Can you hear us? Can you repeat that?
Yeah.
Okay, he voted for them.
Okay. It's a bad connection.
You got a terrible connection.
Okay. Moving on. The next CVB recommends the realignment of San Canavati from at-large to the restaurant industry.
so move.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Greg Smith.
Is that an aye?
Thumbs up for an aye.
Yeah,
There you go.
Okay. Thank you. The next CVB recommends the new appointments of Natalie Villarreal at large and Chris Hamilton at large. By contract, the CV.
I have a question before we do this, because someone's about to, every single board that we have, someone is only allowed to serve on one board. So why are we giving an I'm voting for Chris, but I want to know why he's getting an exception.
Where is he? Oh,
He's on our EDC
Yeah.
appointees. So he is rolling off
but you
in a
have good
month or
point.
so. But we can't give him a special exception if we're not gonna do it for anybody else. It's
is that
actually one
the
of the
rule?
reasons why I didn't vote for somebody in the past. It's because of that very specifically. Now, what y'all said is because it's not an official government board, or it's not officially a city of Corpus Christi. Well, neither is the RTA. And we prevented that from happening. The RTA is Nueces County appointed also.
So who can address that? Norma, would it be you, or would it
I
Ruth?
think it would be
you?
Rebecca, but she's not here.
Well, but Ruth is,
I don't have the answer for that. I'm gonna.
can you turn that on? I don't think that's on.
The mic.
Do you want to address it, Maya? It's a city board, so that's why we checked with our legal department.
Is it on, Norma?
Yeah.
Oh, it is? We can't hear you.
Sorry.
No.
We did check with our legal department on that, and the reason for that is because it's not considered a city board, so it doesn't require him to.
The EDC is not considered a city board,
A city board, right? Mhm.
but he's
So
appointed by this body.
Right, he's appointed by this body, and I mean, I can email you the legal opinion that we received from the legal department.
I don't necessarily care about that. What I'm saying is that we need to fix it and make it fair across every
Yeah.
board that we appoint.
Yeah.
And not give special exceptions to certain boards. I mean, once one person sees that, they'll use it against that when they're running for another committee.
Right.
Yeah, and we
But-
do refer with our legal department before we do put this out.
I appreciate Chris Hamilton and everything he's done for the city. He has done an excellent job in his service, and
Yeah.
I make a motion to
Well,
put them there, but
let me hear, because you have a very good point. It's the same body appointing, so I totally see what you're saying. Mr. Risley?
The EDC has a statutory basis. It's outside the framework. However, y'all can establish a policy. Y'all are
That's what
free
I
to
mean.
establish a policy
Right.
of putting only one person on one board. That's
But we
that's
already have
not-
a policy
There is
that
not a
says
legal
that.
restriction against such a policy, and I believe that's what you're asking for.
But we already have a policy that says that. It's just that board is not included in it.
Well, I think it's the language of the policy where it refers to board committees, ad hoc committees, but I'm not sure if it refers to corporations. I'd have to check into that.
Mayor,
Yes.
I received a text from Amy Alcorn. She said he is not appointed by the city, and it is a separate corporation, both EDC and CVB.
Okay, so he's not one of our appointees.
Oh, well, I guess it doesn't matter
He
then.
was. Yeah, you're
I
saying,
thought we appointed him.
I'm checking with Amy on that as well.
no, our appointees, yeah. Okay,
Well, thank you.
I can pull that roster and I can email it to you for his appointment and see who appointed him.
Okay, well then, for some reason, we got an email saying all this stuff. Why did we get, never mind. Why, don't email us something saying that he's a part of another board and saying that there's some sort of controversy about appointing him to this board, whoever that was.
I don't know.
Because he was a potential person that we were going to appoint, and I thought we could appoint him also.
okay.
I can get with you after the meeting, Mr. Hunter, and I can see who sent you that.
Okay. You do. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, this is something that I brought up in the past where we've had people that were elected officials and then also served on boards that were outside of the city, and we didn't really have a policy that extended beyond city boards. So I think we need to probably update our policy, like Councilman Hunter mentioned, to where it reflects on everything, to where you're not giving one person more influence upon taxpayer dollars or positions within the city or on boards, especially if they're taxing entities. So, like, for example, the RTA would be a taxing entity or that has some sort of money constraints to it. So I just want to say we probably should extend that policy to include corporations, elected positions from other, in other government entities and beyond.
Yeah, I think
Thank you.
again, we need to look at the policy. Ruth, maybe if you can pull that and we can address that. Yes, ma'am.
I did get a text from Ms. Alcorn Reed. The policy does not include separate corporations, and he is a membership appointment.
He's a membership
Appointment.
for the EDC.
So we can pull this item if you'd like, or continue?
No, we'll move
Okay.
forward, but I think let's pull the policy and we can discuss that at a later date. Now, the
We
only
can do
other
that.
thing I'm going to bring up, since we're on topic, is does this not matter if if we just appointed someone who's running for office?
Right.
Is that,
So he can still run, resignation from the board is not,
yeah, we can't hear you. It's not on.
Maybe go to the podium.
Yeah, let's go to the
Might work.
podium, Norma.
okay. So We did ask also on that because he, and Rebecca had us put that note in there that the resignation from the board is not required unless he's elected. So once he is elected,
Got
then
it.
therefore he will have to resign.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, so I think we have a motion and a.
I'm not sure if I think we're still at reading.
Oh,
the-
you're right,
yes.
we didn't, okay, Mr. Hunter.
Move to appoint.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Wait,
The motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor. Lastly, the CVB recommends the reinstatement of Richard Lomax, restaurant industry. Mr. Lomax exceeded the number of absences allowed by ordinance and is seeking reinstatement.
Okay, so why did he,
He was out of town on business.
the reinstatement of Mr. Lomax?
Move to reinstate.
Second.
I'd like, what are the absences?
He just said he was out of town on business.
I know, but I mean, I'm sorry, how many absences did he have? Or do you guys know?
It says 67% on the agenda material.
6 out of 9 meetings he attended.
You attended what?
What's that?
6 out of 9 meetings that he
Okay.
attended.
And what is the,
He had a 67%, and anything under 75 is termination from the board.
okay.
So he was given a termination letter, and then he did ask and replied to the email and asked for reinstatement.
Due to business, okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay, so we have a
Motion and a second.
motion and a second, okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Mayor, could I get a clarification on the new appointments? So we had Natalie and Chris Hamilton. There was an alternate of Jay Clayton that they are required, but was the appointments, was that for Natalie and Chris Hamilton?
What was read was yes, Natalie and Chris Hamilton.
Okay.
Is required to recommend an alternate. Well, I mean, the alternate was included in that, but Natalie and Chris were the appointments.
Okay.
And then Jeremy would have been the alternate, yes.
So as it reads, the motion and the second were for all three.
Right, exactly. Okay, so where does that leave us?
So the appointment was for Natalie Villarreal and Chris Hamilton?
Correct.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. Oh, Councilman Pusley, okay.
Please record my vote as an aye for that. I had to step out for just a second.
Will do, thank you. And Councilmember Smith?
Thumbs up.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. The next board for your consideration is the Ethics Commission. There are 3 vacancies. Mayor, this appointment does require a 2/3 vote, which is 6 of the full council, and there's a list of applicants for your consideration.
Okay, Councilman, I'll go ahead and open the floor for nominations for the
Mayor, I'd
category.
like to nominate Kent Teague.
Kent Teague, okay. Anyone
Nominate
else?
Trevor Mock.
Trevor Mock, okay. Anyone else? I'll close nominations.
Actually, I'd like to,
Oh, you lost?
there's 3 slots.
Oh, he's there, okay.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Colonel Fuller,
Colonel Fuller, okay.
Dane Fuller.
I was gonna say, there's no.
Okay, so we've got those 3. I'll go ahead and close nominations and entertain a motion to appoint the 3 gentlemen that were just named.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Councilmember Smith?
Oh, aye.
Thank you.
Okay,
We have our
sorry,
vote.
I keep forgetting about you, Greg.
The last board for your consideration is the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee. There is 1 vacancy, and there is a list of applicants for your consideration.
Okay, Councilman, I'll open the floor for nominations for the open category. Anyone? Councilman Smith, if you'd like to text me your recommendation or write it on a piece of paper, if you have one. just open nominations here. This is Water Shore, yeah. Okay, do we have a nomination? Philip Blackmar? Okay, Ruth, we have Philip, or Norma, we have Philip Blackmar. Any other nominations? Okay, there being no other, I will close nominations and entertain a motion to appoint Philip Blackmar to the open position. Okay, any further discussion? Yes, sir.
You know, I've been here almost 2 years, and I don't think we've ever had a report from the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee, have we?
No, I've been
No,
here
not to my
6
knowledge,
years and
Councilman.
we haven't had a report.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Peter, can we get one scheduled?
We can get one.
Wonderful,
Yeah,
thank
and-
you for suggesting that.
Yeah, I think all of these boards and committees.
Actually, Mayor, a point of order on that. We do get a binder with all the reports from all the boards and committees, but it's not very detailed.
Well, I think a briefing is
Yeah,
very
so-
much in line, but, yeah.
But we don't get briefings, but we do get the report in a binder with all the information. But I mean, it is minimal. I mean, it's just like how many times they met. You know, it's.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and trust me, I'm not trying to lengthen our meetings.
No, they're very good. Those are good briefings to have, though,
Yeah, but I think we
absolutely.
need to have that. We need to know what they're doing, what they're looking into, what we have questions about, and I would also like to ask that our airport board, at least on a quarterly basis, come and make a report to us.
Airport, very good. We will do that.
We can do
Okay.
that.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Norma. Okay, so that's going to go, we're going to go to section I, our consent agenda, items 2 through 12. Any councilman like to pull any items 2 through 12 for consideration? And do we have anyone from the public that would like to make comment on any?
Move to second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Councilmember Smith.
Councilmember Smith, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that'll take us over to section not lunch quite yet. Section, we're almost there, I know, we went at 4:30. No, today we are going to take our lunch on time at 1:30, which is what's set. So, yes, briefings. Item number 18, we have one briefing, and then we will go to lunch. Item number 18 is City of Corpus Christi's Council Chambers Modernization Project.
Mayor, council members, Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I just sent my project manager to go and fetch the project architect out in the hallway. Let me make another introduction. I've got Isaac Perez here. He's one of our engineering project managers that manages most of our facilities portfolio. And I'm pleased to introduce this item. This is I guess, a long-awaited update to this facility we're in right now. This is a modernization and upgrade of the interior of this space. And I'm going to turn the floor over to Nick Janak with Janak Architects.
Right, well, Nick comes up just to elaborate on that. So the space here, our city council chambers, is pretty much how it was when it was built in the 80s. In fact, Councilman Pusley reminds us the chairs are probably from the 80s as well, right? So this is
I think all of it's from...
Right, all of you all do. So this is a long-awaited refresh in the council chambers. It's nothing exuberant or elaborate. It's just, it's getting the place back to a more functional condition, especially the chairs for the council members, with some modern audio-visual equipment as well. We're going to turn it over to Nick, though, who's done a great job working with the city team, including the mayor, city secretary, and myself, and coming up with the proposal that we're going to show today.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Ms. Mayor, members of the council, pleased to be here. Our team has been honored to work with city staff, administration, city manager's office, mayor, in developing some ideas for modernization of the council chambers, as the city manager mentioned. when he also mentioned it's mostly finishes and facelift on most of the surfaces. Carpet, I'll move forward here. Here's the general scope of the project you can see on the screen. We call it modernizing, as we want to bring this into the 21st century. Lighting will be replaced and modernized. The council seating area, including council chairs, the council desk, or days as we call it, and the technology incorporated into that. We've coordinated with the city's technology consultant, and so we have a good team with Gabe and all of and the other Peter, and we've worked together to make sure you guys have the latest equipment up there to be working with, and it'll be integrated into the furniture. Also, in the rear council area back here, we're going to be improving some of that as well. We're going to be painting the walls, replacing the ceilings, and eventually doing the carpet back there, so everything kind of ties together. A big deal that we're going to do is replace the public seating. The chambers held up well, but the public seating needs some love. It looks okay, but we've specified some nice new seating, and we have a sample of that chair. We've been working with the manufacturer, and I think that's really going to upgrade the interior environment. Relevant electrical and mechanical. One of the main reasons I think we were brought on originally was to come look at that. There's a HVAC duct up there. You guys can't see it from there, but when you're sitting down here in the community area, you can see HVAC duct running above you guys. And so one of the things we've worked hard to do is to create a custom duct that will be behind a little wall there. Just get rid of that. It's going to look a lot nicer. Not a big dollar item, but it's going to look nice. And again, AV and IT improvements. We've been working with the city's IT staff and their consultant to get all the cameras and all of the screens and microphones and everything to where you guys need it to function in a modern way. Okay, the proposed project schedule. We've been working on this for some time. Today is the council design briefing. We are nearly complete with our drawings. We're estimating that we'll be 100% complete, ready to bid next month, which is October, and then get a contractor on board or receive bids by November. And if the contract value exceeds $500,000, we'll come back to the council date whenever that is appropriate. And then hopefully get the contract executed in January and begin work and have it completed by July of 2023. And so here are a few renderings of the space. I don't know how well you can see them, but we're going to, paint the walls, infill some of these characteristic voids in the walls, make it a little more clean and modern. The council desk will now be a white ash wood. It'll be the same size and shape, but it'll be replaced with new finishes, as well as the city manager's desk and the city secretary's desk, and all of the wood in the interior should match, including the community seating will also be a wood, an ash wood. As you can see in the center there, we're creating a double wide, kind of like this podium, but in the center, so we can address the mayor and, kind of symmetrically with seating on both sides. That's kind of a little more transparent. It looks like we have a big wall up here, and by the way, we have met with the chief of police and we discussed security and access to council, and we had a good meeting with him, and he gave us some direction, and he's approved our plan to renovate and keep everybody safe. Looking backwards, you can see the community seating area, and the new carpeting. Of course, we'll be replacing this old carpeting. I think this is original too, I'm not sure. You can see some new lighting in the rear there. One thing that will change is in the rear area, there's loose seating now. We're going to replace that with fixed seating, so everything matches and everything's uniform across the board here. There'll also be new monitors on each side of the wall in the rear, new giant monitors in the front, and on these columns, I believe. We're coordinating with the city's staff on that. 95-inch monitors, I believe they are. The last view I think we have is kind of looking towards the media area. You can see some of the finishes on the walls, some acoustical panels. And here you can see the council desk and some of the new equipment we've been working with. So there's integrated systems that are a lot cleaner, more functional, less mess on the desk, so you guys have room to, and I think a big deal that we put in there were the outlets and the plugs for each council member, little pop-up things. I know that's important to people. So we're going to have those for each council member. And that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them along with Jeff and I.
And Mr. Janek, you mentioned, what's the budget for all of this?
Well,
Or do we know, Peter, 500?
400. We have an opinion of probable cost around $400,000. We do know that as time has passed by, I've gotten information from the seating manufacturer that costs are rising, and I get that on every project right now due to COVID backup. So we're hoping it stays within $500,000 range.
Yeah, and the 500,000 he mentioned is the ceiling that staff can award on one of the FMAC contracts. If it's above that, it has to come to city council. So we're hoping it's underneath that, in which case staff can execute the contract, and then we can go right to construction.
And this is literally since 80, so 80,
I think
okay.
88.
Okay, about 88.
The plans say 88 on it.
Yeah, 88.
Wow, okay. Okay, very good. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I think it all looks really good. I just have a couple of questions related to my favorite subject, and that is hearing. I will tell you, this box is the only reason I can hear in this room. And unlike a lot of people, what I have isn't corrected by a hearing aid. But, and I've told Peter this and everybody else, we have to have something like that for people who have hearing deficiencies. And so if that's not going to be included, and I know those black boxes they've got on the 6th floor, they don't work. I've pushed every button on there, and there's nothing that comes through that. So we have to have something like this, or I can't hear. So
there will be, Councilman. So if you can put the presentation up to the dais with the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So that control panel has an auxiliary plug where you can plug in a speaker that we're going to be getting very similar to this.
Okay.
That's to your left, but not as it won't be as boxy. It won't take up as much room.
Okay.
But this device has a speaker, and we've listened to them to see how good is the quality. It's pretty decent. But you can also auxiliary plug in another speaker if desired, and we desire to do that for all members in the council. So yes, sir. That's
I know this is 1980s analog technology.
Right.
But I had a great fondness for my old analog cell phone. It would ring underwater. But, my digital phone, I'm lucky if it'll ring in my house. So,
right. We're fully aware of your concerns, Councilman. That was part of the extreme criteria that we used to pick a device that would be in. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm just going to say that. I may not be here next year,
It
but
doesn't
if
matter.
I am and I can't hear, I'm going to be unhappy.
The same,
And,
right.
have we looked at the possibility of including a hearing loop in the room?
A hearing loop?
I don't think we have a hearing loop incorporated right now. That would actually fall under the scope. We're working with the city's separately hired Avanex technology consultant, and I don't think there's a hearing loop incorporated. I think we're planning on using the new equipment, as the city manager mentioned, that has the audio feedback, and we actually specifically tested those devices.
But for people who have hearing aids that are in the audience, a hearing loop is what allows them to be able to hear.
We did ask.
It's not on, yeah.
Speaking of hearing.
All right. It's still
Sorry.
not on. Thank you.
It is.
We have been working with Peter and Gabriel with IT, and we have asked that question, and they said they were addressing the issue with Avanex to have something for
Great.
the hearing impaired.
Okay, wonderful.
I would like to hear what that's going to be before we, start tearing the walls out. And, I know this doesn't sound important to people who have perfect hearing, but for those of us who don't, it's a challenge, and it's also recognized by the federal government as part of the American Disabilities Act. So we have an obligation to provide for those people who have hearing, just like we have them up here doing sign language. The ability to assist people who have hearing difficulties is extremely important. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez? Can you, Ms. Ruth, can you turn your light off? I'm sorry. And Councilman Pusley, your light?
Yes, I wanted to ask a question. Is any of this going to include climate control?
This scope of work does not include any changes to the existing HVAC system other than modifying the duct and replacing the diffuser. So the existing HVAC system and climate control will remain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it too hot in here for you, Councilman?
Why?
Is it-
What's wrong with it?
No, I said, sometimes too cold, sometimes too hot. It's, the controls aren't really great.
Well, we put boxes over them, but they were taken off
Yeah.
people keep turning them up and down. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, because
Right.
you come in here, it's hot, and then you turn it cold, and it
Right.
becomes real cold.
Yeah,
It's
we
just-
had
you have to
boxes
have better
placed over them,
controls on
but
it.
they removed them, so we have to.
And we discussed that, but I think, we wanted to limit the scope.
Yeah.
To maintain budget, but it's something to look into.
Right, no.
Okay, and then going back to
Yeah.
what Councilman Pusley says in terms of acoustics, I mean, you got carpet on the wall back there, and I'm not sure if that was intentional. I don't think it was aesthetically, but maybe acoustic-wise, you have carpet over on that wall over there. Is there, is that part of this deal, is to looking at the acoustics, make sure that you don't have any kind of weird sound?
Yes, that's
issues?
correct. So we have an acoustician who's looking at this, but basically what they told us was this: if we replaced the amount of soft surfaces one for one, that we shouldn't have an issue with acoustics. And so, yeah, the carpet has been an interesting feature that we've been dealing with. We're going to remove all the carpet. We're replacing it with a vinyl wall covering that also is a sound absorptive material. So it'll look a lot better. Maybe not have exactly the same acoustic, properties, but very close. And so basically, if you look in the back and in the media room, that will have the vinyl wall covering. New carpeting, which will have better acoustic performance than the existing carpeting because it's newer, and then the rest of the materials will be the same.
Okay.
Councilman Pusley, I did get confirmation from Peter Collins via text message that the hearing loop is included in scope.
Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
gentlemen. Mr. Janak, thank you very much for your
Thank you all.
time. This looks beautiful.
Appreciate it.
Mayor,
Yeah.
just one quick thing. Nick, I noticed that you're moving the public console over to the center here. Is that correct? Am I understanding that right?
That's correct.
So do we think that's going to be a line of sight issue for people in the audience?
Well, not particularly. We were asked to look at a lot of other council chambers as well across the state and the United States.
Right.
And the majority of them have it right in the center like this. Now, first of all, there's no seating in the direct center. This is an aisle pathway. And so there may be opportunities where the presenter may be standing in front of some people, but it's kind of similar to the situation you have here with people sitting right there. We think this is going to be a lot more formal and feel a lot more like a city council chamber
Okay.
when you're in front.
Is there also, never mind, toward the back of the room where you're going to include this new fixed seating, are we going to have speakers back there so people sitting in the back of the room can also hear as well?
Yes, all the Avanex and us have coordinated together. There'll be new speakers throughout the entire room, including in the rear. What we have is old, and we're going to replace them.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you.
Yeah, can I just add to that, Councilman, the audio was a key issue for me, and video too, when we show some of our great videos that our team produces.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing to show them here, because you can't hear them, number one, and they look terrible with the devices we have, so.
Yeah.
The audio visual is part of that modernization. We need to be able to hear with quality sound, and I've challenged Peter Collins that if the company who says it's gonna sound good, if it doesn't, they're gonna replace it free to make sure it sounds great. So that's a key focus area of ours in this project. Yeah.
Thank you. And I will say, and you'll remember, Mr. Janak, one of my main concerns was safety and how we are kind of repositioning and repurposing, the hardware here, right? And so Chief Markle, you mentioned that Chief Markle did say, I would imagine this is an upgrade, right, to safety in terms of us having to deal with anything, should we have to? Hopefully not.
Sorry, I spoke about the chief. I didn't realize he was there.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yes, Chief Markle, Police Department. Yeah, Mr. Janak did call me in, and we went through your defensive positions as you move back to the council chambers, and it does maintain your level of safety. There's a reason they put these barriers in succession to get back here from free walking individuals. And they've maintained those on the side.
That's correct.
and I
We
appreciate
originally
that.
thought we might reduce some of these barriers.
Right.
But the chief kind of pointed out what they are used for, and they're there for a reason, and we put them back in, and they're going to look fine.
Okay, good. Great,
Yeah,
great.
it was good discussion.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Markle. Mr. Janak, thank you very much for
Thank
being
you
here
all.
and for your work. We look forward to it. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we're going to go ahead and recess for lunch. The council will go into executive session on items number 20 and 21 per Texas Government Code, Section 551.071. We shall return. Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting. We have no action after our executive session, so that will put us to section L. Is that correct, Ruth? Item 13, or? Yes?
13.
13. Okay, so item number 13 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with Ardura Group, Inc., Corpus Christi, Texas.
Move to approve.
Okay, do we have a second on that? Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Thank you.
Motion carries. You're welcome, Mr. Edmonds. Item number 14 is an ordinance authorizing acceptance of grant funds in an amount of $184,929.55 from the Texas Department of Transportation. Okay, let me open public comment real quickly. So I'd like to open public comment. If anybody would like to make a comment on item number 14, please come forth. Okay, there being no one, I'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 15 is an ordinance amending sections 57.
Mayor, do they need to get Councilman Smith picture and with the?
Oh,
Yes, you guys
well,
are going really fast, but we do need to see if Councilman Smith.
there he is. Sorry, Greg, we forgot about you again. Very good. Okay, item number 15 is an ordinance amending sections 57-231, denial, suspension, and revocation of permit procedure appeal. 57-233, promulgation of record regulations. 57-243, responding to calls, and 57-249, maximum auto record service and storage fees. Hi.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, David Blackman, Police Department, and I'm happy to be here today talking to you about item number 15, which is ordinance which amends sections, as you said, 57, 231, 233, 243, and 249. The PowerPoint not working up there? All right. All right, so when we look at 57, 231, the denial, suspension, and revocation of the permit, so this clarifies the process for denial and appeal of the record permits. Within that, they have the right to appeal the chief's decision to the city manager or his designee and shall have a decision rendered back within 30 days. And if any point through this you have any questions, just stop me or throw something at me and I'll stop. So.
Okay.
All right, so 57233, the promulgation of regulation is being renamed administration. And what this does, it allows the city to explore the option of utilizing a third-party vendor to manage the function of the city's record ordinance. So let me be clear real quick. This does not mean that we're automatically going to go to a third-party management company. All this is wording that it gives us the availability to explore that, should that be to the desire of the council and the city manager. This wording needs to be in here in order for us to even go down that road. So that's why this wording's in here. Currently, a uniformed police officer has been removed from the streets to manage the 15 record companies on the rotation list. In addition, supervisors spend time addressing other issues. So we have a police officer and a supervisor that work to manage these record companies right now. Should the decision be made to explore a third-party management company, a contract procurement process would be utilized, just like we do any other time we go to hire somebody and go out for bids. Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Austin, Harris County, and Round Rock all utilize a tow management company in some form or another. And the way I say that, some of them manage their impounds, some of them do it all. Tow management companies have been proven to increase oversight, reduce time. Officers are waiting for records on the roadway, and provide a platform to extract metadata. And we all know that as far as safety goes, the longer that our citizens, police officers, and even the record companies are on the side of the road, the more dangerous it is. So, but like I said, for now, it's not something we're looking just to get this wording in here. All right, 57243, responding to calls. Category B records, we made that change to allow them 60 minutes to respond to calls. And the reason is your Category B heavy records are the big ones that really like handle the 18-wheelers and stuff, and oftentimes they have to get a lot of other stuff together to go. So it used to be 30 minutes, but we've allowed them 60 minutes now to get to these cars. All right, so when we look at 249, maximum auto record service and storage fees, we made some changes in the wording there and some changes in the prices. So category A records, for clarification, are 10,000 pounds or less. So they're the ones that haul your regular sized cars and such. Previously, their fee was $150. We've raised it to $180. The increased excessive delay rate, which means if they get out there and they're having to wait on us for some reason or another, was raised from 25 to 50. And the unusual distance fee was raised from 25 to 50 also. So your category B records, here we made a couple of changes. So before we had category records lumped as one, which means that you could have a category B record that was medium duty, that was over 10,000 to 24,999 pounds, which would haul a medium-sized vehicle, was the same rate as a heavy record that would haul an 18-wheeler. So what we did is we broke those out. So the medium-duty records, they're going to be $475 flat rate. Your heavy records, which haul your 18-wheelers and such, your bigger vehicles over 25,000 pounds, it's going to be $400 per hour with a 2-hour minimum, because these jobs are often, most of the time, over 2 hours for them. When we start looking at getting 18-wheelers and tractor trailers and that kind of stuff off the sides of the road.
I'm sorry, Mayor. May I?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, you said, it says at the top, and storage fees, so what is there a, because you just have non-consent tows, delay rate, distance rate?
And that's the wording on the worker ordinance, and then the storage fees and that
Okay.
kind of stuff we'll get to later with the
Okay,
TDLR
okay.
stuff.
All right, I just want to.
Yes, sir, that's a good point. Okay, so in addition, 57249, B5, we added a section for rotators, and this is kind of a picture of what a rotator is, if anybody hasn't seen one. They're heavy wreckers. Quite often, these things will get up around $1 million, the cost of these things. And what they do is while some people will classify them as cranes, they call them rotators, I guess, but because you don't have to have a license to operate this. With a crane, you have to have a special license. But the fact of the matter is they will turn 360 degrees. They can be parked in a lane of travel and literally turn around and pick something off over the side of the road, whether it's over a Jersey barricade or such, and then pick it up. We added this because there is a demand. Several weeks ago, we actually had to use one of these where we had a vehicle that was stuck on the Jersey barricade, and they was able to pull up there and then reach over and grab this thing without having to close down the whole freeway or drag it off the Jersey barricade and cause damage and such. What we wanted to do here is we created a classification for these because they're already being used. We already have them in the city. We have several record companies that utilize them, but they're being billed under specialized equipment, which is in the ordinance, and specialized equipment allows you to bill the industry standard plus 25%. So they're pretty much setting their own rates on these things and using them anyway. So what we did is we created a section for them. That way we could regulate the amount they charge should we need them. And when we utilize these, the supervisors at the scene will be the ones requesting them. That way we can assure that they're not being abused. If a slide back or a heavy wrecker can be utilized as opposed to a rotator, then that's what will happen. So that being said, they're $850 for an hour with the 2-hour minimum, and they'll be charged every quarter hour at $212. Okay, the daily storage fee, 57249, amends the ordinance to allow storage fees to automatically be adjusted with the TDR, the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation rates that are set every 2 years. So what has happened in the past under ordinance, we had the fees set, so we would have to come back and try to adjust those fees. What this change does, it allows those fees to automatically change every 2 years when TDLR changes those rates, which makes perfect sense. Sir?
Go ahead.
So would you establish a minimum fee for that and say the minimum fee would be this or up to the TDLR?
No, the storage fees would be automatically the TDLR daily storage fee. Whatever it is.
Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
So on this, staff recommends approval of this amendment of the ordinance as presented, and we stand by for any other questions you might have.
Okay. Okay, so Chief, basically, right now you have 2 people?
Right, we have one officer, a senior officer assigned to this, and then we have a supervisor that oversees him, so if there's any issues and review and stuff that needs to be done, then a supervisor is tasked with doing that.
And so this would just basically farm it out?
Right, and like I said, we're not there yet. This is a whole nother conversation, should y'all decide y'all want to go that route. So this doesn't automatically mean we're going to a third party.
I know, but isn't that why it's here?
Well, the wording's being put in there so we can explore that. So like I said, when we go
Because
out.
it's wanted, but I mean. is
Yeah,
that
we do
what-
want it, yes.
You're wanting to do, you're wanting to go in that direction.
Of course, it's, I think we can mine metadata from it. We can see where we're efficient, where we're not efficient, and we can get a couple of officers back on the street.
So Chief, let me understand this. Are we going to make that decision, or is the police department going to make that decision?
No, it would.
Once we vote on this, if you decide to go to the third party, does it come back to us, or you make that decision?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Is it a
That's
contract?
exactly right.
What is it?
I mean,
But
we're going to request to do that, and then
That's what I'm
automatically, I mean, it comes back to y'all like anything that we want to do.
okay, that's what I wanted to know. I
Yes,
wasn't
yeah,
sure.
it's not automatically, we're not going to say we're going to a third-party vendor, and then that's the end of it.
Oh, okay. I just needed to make sure I understood that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anyone have any other questions? So another conversation, you would be able to say, here's what we spend on the 2 officers, pros and cons, here's what a contract would look like.
Right, all the way down
Right.
to what a third-party vendor would charge, because there's a fee attached to it. So all those
Sure.
things that we're going to have to research if we go
Okay.
that. So there's a whole nother conversation to be had with
This
this.
is sort of the first step.
Yes.
In exploring.
Yes, just getting the wording in there so we can do that.
Right. Okay, very good. Okay, I don't see any other questions. What I'll do now is open public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on item number, what item is this? 15, thank you, Ruth. Yeah, Mr. Bell.
Hello, members of the mayor and members of the city council. My name is John Bell, 555 North Karankawa, Suite 1510, and I'm here on behalf of 12 different wrecker companies that are on the city's rotation list concerning this proposed ordinance. They were contacted in March by CCPD about the proposed changes and had a meeting with them, and then they came to talk to me. I reviewed the ordinance proposed, had some emails with the city attorney's office and made a couple of changes, but although I asked several times that we needed to have another meeting, I did not get any response since June. The ordinance of the city on records in 57.255 specifically requires that before any changes to the ordinance are made, that the record companies will be notified of the changes, because this is their livelihood. This is very near and dear to them. They're out there on the streets every day, every night, providing services to the city, and making these changes is a tremendous concern. We did not receive any notification since the last email in June, where I specifically asked for a meeting, until this showed up on the agenda a couple of weeks ago and then was pulled. I reminded them of that we were requesting a meeting to talk about it, and they said they did not want to have a meeting at this time. We're going to go into the city council. The ordinance has changed somewhat since last June, but the key issues, and we're reluctant to get in the way of this because it's bringing about increases in rates that the companies have been waiting for 7 years. It's been 7 years since the last changes. This is very important to them, but the whole thing bottles down to the efficiencies in this section 233 about having a third-party administrator. If it was simply a fact of we would like, there's nothing that keeps the staff from looking at other options without having this ordinance amended to specifically allow it. But what is frustrating to the wrecker operators is that the staff is ignoring the suggestions they made in March and the suggestions we made in June about efficiencies that can save time to CCPD and also save time for the wrecker operators. We appreciate that we don't like police officers at the scene of an accident for any longer than they need to be, but it also, we don't need to have wrecker operators dispatched for longer than they need to be either, because they have families, they have other work to do and other things to do. And so we're all in favor of finding efficiencies in the system. But having a third-party management company come in and exporting several $100,000s to a company in California, when the city's software that you currently have will provide the metadata that the staff is saying they want to get, will generate all the reports that they want to get. The record operators already can use that it's called Record Tow software that's available. It's just not being currently utilized to its full capacity. And so we would request you delay this so that we can sit down and look at better efficiencies in this system and comply with the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Who can respond to the non-responsive request?
Madam Mayor, Gabe Rodriguez with the City Attorney's Office. We exchanged emails with Mr. Bell, and we provided him a copy of the ordinance. Now, it has changed, but what was provided to him is what is being presented today. We removed some items and had addressed some of his concerns in the back and forth exchange with Mr. Bell. I know that there were some efficiencies that he wanted, but when we discussed it with the police department internally, there wasn't something that met the objectives of the department.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, I guess I was confused on some of the concerns here. They're raising the rates for the tows, which I think everybody's happy about, except for the people being towed, probably. But on the section 57.233, ultimately, if this does, it has to go through the normal procurement process, right? So where does, when Mr. Bell said a company from California, I'm not really sure where that came from. What is that a reference to?
For example, there are third-party tow management companies that operate nationwide. For example, there's AutoNation, there's URMVS that are being utilized in the cities of San Antonio, Fort Worth, Austin, Round Rock. And these companies not only, they're operating here in Texas, but not only here in Texas, but nationwide. And they have different functions depending on the tailored needs of the city.
Okay, but are you saying that company's based in California, or is it? I'm confused.
No,
where's
to
that
answer your
coming from?
question, there is no company based. At this point, you're exactly right. It has to go through the process, and no one company has been picked yet. It's going to go through the procurement process. The one that fits the needs of this police department is going to be the one chosen. So that's to say that one has been chosen is not accurate. And in fact, we had 2 meetings with the record companies. In addition to exchanging emails, we took all of their, most of these fees and stuff, we started lower, and at the request of the record companies to get a little bit more increase, actually keeping some of the things in there, we took all those into consideration. Under ordinance, we have to have a meeting before an ordinance change is brought forth, and we did have that meeting. And matter of fact, we had 2. And in addition, we have had multiple email exchanges. And Mr. Bell requested some more that we quite frankly did not think were in the best interest of the police department or the other record companies, to be honest with you, because there were some that would squeeze the smaller record companies. So we did not entertain those, but that does not mean we did not listen to the record companies or Mr. Bell.
Okay, thank you.
And so with a third party, who tows? Who?
It would still be the record companies here in the city. It would be the third-party tow management would allow for greater oversight, provide those metrics to the department to see where the efficiencies are, where the inefficiencies are, and address those.
Repeat that last part. The third-party record would what?
A third-party tow management company would basically provide oversight on behalf of the department. So the record companies in town would still be doing the work. They're not being pushed out.
Okay, then Mr. Bell, the concern more, I guess specifically, it's the same system, right, so to speak, where you rotate whoever's on, but so then how would they be losing?
Well, the comments made were to use an Uber-like system that would dispatch the closest one, which is contrary to the current rotation system, and actually would get us back to the Wild West, to the 70s, where wreckers were racing to the accident scenes causing accidents. It's just different now that with the Uber system, they're racing to be nearest the scene so that when the deal goes out, their ping is closest to the accident. But you still have the same problems inherent in that system, which is employed in some of these other cities mentioned. Harris County is going through those same problems right now. And we just wanted to try to work collaboratively with the staff and a discussion about these ideas of using the existing software that they have already in place to get the metadata that they say they cannot get, that they have the reports that are available for them to run. It's all available. In fact, the software vendor for the city's current software was in my office explaining all that and what the existing system can do if it's just utilized. I'm sympathetic, we are sympathetic to a police officer being tasked with this, but the solution could be simply having a civilian manager employed by the city that does a few things, as opposed to hiring a third-party company that comes over. And typically what it involves is it winds up migrating impounds to one location controlled by the third-party management company because they want to control that business, and they're in business to make more business, quite frankly. That's at the expense of the local operators. We would just like to try to work collaboratively with the staff in coupling up with a couple of these ideas, as opposed to putting them out, having them rejected, and saying we don't want to talk.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
So, Chief, I guess, so what component is it that we feel that it wouldn't be in the best interest of the city? I guess that's really the issue is a third-party vendor right now. So what is it in the conversations that we had with Mr. Bell? Is it that we felt that was that, or his suggestion that he felt that we felt was not in the best interest of the city? What was the sticking point?
Okay, and once again, and I know I sound like a broken record, but the wording allows us to explore that. Like I said, that doesn't mean some of these conversations, just because it's in the ordinance and we can explore going out for a third party, doesn't. But some of the things that they wanted were allowing a record company, if they get a tow and they're not available, and if they have a sister company, then they can send it over to their sister company as opposed to taking the tow. So that's one thing. We use a straight rotation, and we like the rotation process. And as you know, Mr. Bell had said, well, that it's going to be the Wild West. When we had these meetings, we actually explained to the record companies that we were going to stay with the rotation process, and as long as it was efficient and everybody was taking their tows and getting to where they needed to be on time to get the officers and these citizens off the roadway, then it would work perfectly fine. We had never said that we were going to an Uber-like system under this third-party management company. So, you know, that was one of the things. And while the software can extract data in the current software, it is more intensive, and quite honestly, we're going to have to keep an officer or at least employ a civilian, but it's going to be an officer because there's other stuff, if there's violations and that kind of stuff, that officer is going to have to look at. So those were a couple of things that we reviewed, and quite honestly, we didn't feel were in the best interest of the city.
Okay, and then, so us changing this component, I guess under the current ordinance, we're not allowed to pursue or are we allowed, that's the thing, we're not allowed to explore any
That's
other
correct,
vendors?
and that's why that wording's being put in there.
So it's just for the purpose of us exploring,
Councilman, I think if I might add, if you don't mind.
No, sir, feel free.
Mike Markle, Police Chief. So the difference here, folks, is that, Council Mayor, that this is active management we're talking about, right? So we want to at least, and I think it's logical, that we are able to at least explore options of active management of the record companies. Right now, we don't have that. We have dispatchers tied up, right? They're utilized heavily in the dispatching of even this software that's being used now. And I'll point out that when we went to this software that's limited in scope as compared to some of the stuff that's out there, there was great resistance to that too. It's always that way. Change is tough. I get it, but all we're looking for is an opportunity to explore modernization of active management of our record companies. We're not trying to push anybody out. We're not trying to reduce their business. That's not the intent, and that won't happen if they fulfill the obligations and the rules outlined within the ordinance of their time constraints and how they do their business. This is a very small piece, and whatever we do, we have to come back to you all for approval regardless. But it doesn't seem logical that you would restrict a major department from looking for efficiencies, at least exploring efficiencies. I understand we have to work with partners with our community businesses, and we do that very well. We love our relationship with our record companies, and we intend to keep those relationships.
Mm-hmm.
But how we manage that is something that we want to explore better options for. It's really straightforward.
And Chief, I guess that's one reason I'm just asking for clarification.
Sure.
You know, and you know, you're probably one of the most credible people I know, period. And I have to say that so is John Bell. So
Yeah,
that's
I
the
know.
thing. So that's one reason why I just want to obtain some clarification so that way I understand the process. And then myself as an individual, I'm a third party, which municipalities employ because of the fact that we provide technology, we provide several resources. So whereas it's where we do it for a whole bunch of people. So I understand that, having active management, and that's exactly what we do. So I just want to be clear so that way I understand when I have to explain to my constituents or our constituents that are out there in the audience, and so that way when others give us a call as well. Okay, so this just allows us the opportunity to explore. So that's really all we're asking for.
Yes, sir.
All right. And John, you're giving me that look that I see so many times. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
So this may have been asked, but Peter, why again, an ordinance to explore? I mean, typically you bring us things and say, here's the cost of doing it currently, here's the cost of, no different than pulling out of CCAC. We had police officers at Animal Care Services, you know, which was beyond me because they don't belong or sign up for animal care. And so we pulled them out, right? But there was a cost in paying a police officer to run an animal care shelter or facility versus being on the streets where they're supposed to be. So this, I understand you made a statement similar, but Peter, why do we need an ordinance that after, I mean, why do we need an ordinance for you guys to come forth and say, here's the cost of 2 cops out on the street doing this, here's the time they spend out on the, at the accident, because they have to be there to a certain degree, third party or not. They have to be there, take reports and all of that. And then here's the cost to farm it out. And we do that with engineers, we do that with inspectors, we do that, lots of things. So I get it. But I'm a little bit, and Peter can answer this is operational, why we need an ordinance for you to go do that and come back and say, hey, council, here's what I have found within my department that I need you to consider. And that would include the cost, because at the end of the day, it is about modernizing. We're about to modernize the very room you're sitting in after, you know, decades, right? It is about that at the same time, and you can ask literally almost every council member up here, it's about cutting the fat from certain things that we don't need. You know, spay and neuter is very important to me, as you well know, but we don't need X amount of money. Maybe we only need this much money, which is true. And then the list goes on. So, Peter, can you help me?
Yeah, so I think what it is that, and when the chief's team briefed me on this, we just heard them say that it's been 7 years since this ordinance has been modified. So I think the intent of that section was the chiefs and his teams communicating to me and the council to say, we're going to fix all these things that haven't been done in 7 years, to include making appropriate fee adjustments. And we want to let you know we're also going to look at the business option of us continuing to do it or having a third party do it in total. I think that's all that section's saying. That we could take that section out. It's not.
I know, but you typically bring that to us and
You do. I think
many
it was
things
just
and say,
right.
hey, consider this, and you give us.
Right. I think it's just I think it's the chief's intent to just put us all on notice that we're going to look at the business options. We don't need it in there.
Well, I'm not saying we don't need it in it, but
No,
if that's the intent to do, I get it. That's all I'm asking.
It's more than intent. The ordinance currently restricts us to being the only party that can manage the record company. By ordinance, we have to manage the record company as a police department. That's why we want to be able to open up options for third-party management. It's a very restrictive ordinance.
But you would have to bring, but I think the mayor's point, Chief, is you would have to bring that back to council anyway, right?
We have to bring, our RFP
So
or
that's-
however we do the process.
Right, so that's the
Sure.
question is, why say we're gonna do it if we're not doing it? Right. So we
I
could,
just figured y'all would bring it back, bring it
Yeah.
next week if you wanted to, and say, here's the data, here's the numbers, here's what we'd like to, or to Peter, I'm sorry, you'd take it to Peter, and then Peter would say, okay, staff, make a presentation, here's what we want to push forward. Or not, right?
Yeah, but Mayor,
It's in an ordinance,
kind of what the
that's
chief's saying is our understanding, talking legal, is that the ordinance restricts the police department to managing record companies. So the wording has to be in there before we can bring an RFP to go get somebody.
To get the data, the information.
Right, to employ a third party, because we're restrictive in ordinance that the police department manages. We can't have an RFP to go hire somebody if the ordinance says we can't do that. So that's
see.
that's.
I see, okay, let me, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I agree with Chief Markle, and this is we're doing a lot of modernization of departments here, and we've been doing that for the last year and a half at looking at how we can upscale everything we do here. And I've always been a proponent. This is not true in every case, but in most cases, governmental entities don't do a great job of managing anything they do. So it costs them more money and more time than typically they can go out and hire a third-party company to do it. But I think the one cost factor here, because I've talked to a number of your police officers about this issue, and what came back to me is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the second leading cause of police officers' deaths, besides being in a gun battle, is from being run over at the scene of an accident.
Sometimes it's the first.
Yeah.
Depending on the year. Yeah.
The cost of doing this can't be measured in dollars and cents. The cost of this is human lives. And so the longer those police officers are out there managing a wreck, the longer they're susceptible to being killed on the side of the road. And we've had that exact thing happen to a police officer who lived out in the Annaville area and who used to work our football games. Billy remember at Toloso Midway all the time, and he was killed doing exactly that. So when you start talking about how you manage this, you have to factor that in. So I think this gives the police department an opportunity to look at how they do their business and what the best scenario is for them. And it's not trying to rope any of these people out of their jobs. They're going to use these same record companies. We're going to have a rotation schedule of some kind. And it just is an attempt to shorten the time that everybody's on the side of the road managing one of these accidents. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, and Mayor, I want to kind of go off of what you said in terms of authorization here, and Chief, maybe this is a question for our attorney. The section you added, but the previous section, the chief is authorized to issue rules and regulations relating to the operation of auto records consistent with the provisions in article and designated effectuates? And general purpose of this article, violations, provisions of the chief of police rules and regulations may result in denial, suspension, and revocation of the. So, are you saying that that section only allows you only allows you as a chief of police to manage this system, as opposed to allowing a third party to do it?
Yeah, yes, sir. I mean, that's in essence what.
Is that's basically what you're saying? Is it because the way it's written, saying the chief of police has is authorized to issue rules and regulations, but wouldn't that also? I mean, couldn't the chief authorize a third party? I mean, are you just looking at how the language is?
Yeah, I mean, we looked at what the language existed, and we looked at other cities and how they operated, and what ones that were utilizing this had this language in there included to allow that option.
Okay, the language that has been added, the police chief shall administer and enforce this article, the city may enter into a contract to delegate authority to administer all or part of the article of third-party vendor other than law enforcement and the other items here.
Yes, sir.
Right, so basically it's just to have that language to allow for a third party.
Yes, sir.
That's all you're asking for.
That's
Okay.
all we're asking for, just,
All right.
just that
No,
one.
and council member, when we go back, and I'm gonna give this ordinance, use this ordinance as an example, hasn't been, looked at since 17, and we went in there and there were a lot of things that needed to be changed, that probably should have been changed when the ordinance was created, and a lot of it is because of clarity. So going back to this section, whether necessarily we need it in there or, we wanted it to be clear, that way when we're 7 years down the road, there's no question about what that says.
Well, I appreciate the definitions of Category A and Category B.
Right.
And then different fees for both of those, because I'm sure it costs more to have equipment to do Category B, right? So, I mean, all that's fair. I didn't see anything other than, I didn't see anything with the ordinance that would be negative.
Yeah.
I guess the concern is, you had mentioned there's change, a possible change on how you do things. If your intent is to keep the rotation and not kind of like I forget the term they call it in geofencing,
Yeah.
right? If you're not going to geofence and you're going to keep the rotation, if that's your intent, well, we'll see what comes up with the third
Right,
party.
and it is our intent. I mean, that's exactly what we told them. And as long as, we have a goal of reducing time it takes the records to get there, and as long as those are met, then the rotation is perfect. We don't want to be Houston where they say the closest record gets here, like Mr. Bell said, where it's the Wild West and people are running over each other to try to get there. That's.
So I'm assuming that's the geofencing aspect, where you look at anybody within a half a mile radius, and okay, the closest one gets it, right?
Some of them, I heard Houston, the first one there gets it. So, yeah, so whether it's, whoever rides on the scene
it was
first.
assigned based on the geofencing.
So,
but
different cities are different. So one of the other things we did real quick, if it wasn't clear, is it is a management company. The discipline aspect of it still lies within the police department. So if, the appeals that go to the chief and go to the city managers, that all remains the same. The management company does not hand out discipline. The police department hands out discipline.
Okay, so, I mean, I guess I understand what you're saying. It's still going to be assigned. It's not going to be the first one that shows up.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Risley?
Yeah, I want to clarify. The rotation list aspect that's been talked about by Mr. Bell, that's in 241 of the of their city code. That's not being touched by these changes, though. So the rotation list is not being eliminated by these changes. And while the idea of an Uber-like geofencing might make a lot of sense, actually, it's not being implemented because 241 is not included in this ordinance. And as far as the necessity of making the change to provide for, I think that the change is being made because the fee that will be established will go down to a third party. So they want to make it very clear that fee can be assessed against those third parties that are involved. So it's a matter of making sure that we can charge successfully and maximizing the response to any RFP if it does go out.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Is there any other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi, my name is Norma Rivera. I'm at 5033 Ambassador Row. There's a couple of things I want to talk about, just for clarification purposes. When we first started with the current dispatch system, the resistance was we were not allowed to test that system. So yes, we had resistance, we weren't against technology. In fact, we love it and we use it all the time. There's a couple of things. I just don't think that this is ready for a first reading to include the rotator pricing. So we have 6 heavy-duty tow companies and only one of us has a rotator. And we think that the reading of it, the wording, would allow whoever's got a rotator to take advantage of that and maximize it at the citizen or the consumer's expense. So just want to show you something right quick. So we actually use a lot of dispatching. And you might hear some dispatching, but they might have their phones on silent. But in a matter of a second, they're all been dispatched to a job just right now. That's what we do. We use it all the time. So we love technology. What I'm baffled is, why aren't we looking at the current company that we're using right now? It's the company that y'all approved. It's the company that taxpayers have already paid for. So when Mr. Blackman, or Officer Blackman, organized a meeting, and he asked us to meet him at CCPD to discuss this. They've been discussing this third-party tow management system for a long time. He said that we currently didn't have the ability to manage metadata or obtain the metadata, and that's not true. I've spoken to the current company that you're using, and as of today, no one has contacted them to get metadata. So why are we making a 180 change when we can simply just use the company that we're using, that the taxpayers have paid for? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Why aren't we doing that? Why are we making these changes, these drastic changes? This affects the consumer. Look, we all pay taxes here, so we've already paid for this service. Why aren't we using and utilizing that service?
Okay.
So another thing I wanted to say is we're thinking outside the box, and that's what we're trying to do. So we understand some of these cities. The cities that they mentioned were Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Austin, Harris County. Excuse me. But the current computer system that we're using services big cities also. So I'm just saying, let's continue to use the system that we're using now. Does it make sense?
Okay.
Might I respond a little bit to that? Would you mind? Mike Markle. Just for clarity, what we're using now is a software. It's not a service. It's a software utilized by our dispatch to dispatch record companies. It's a software that they key in. Our dispatchers key in the information, goes out to dispatch. It's a software, not a service. There's it's very distinct differences, right? So we're looking at exploring, again, management oversight, off-site oversight, outside the PD. And yes, we can drag up some metadata with the company we're using now, but again, it's not active management. And we're just, again, this opens us up to explore options that we can't do with the current wording. I can't send out RFPs, or we can as a city. We can't ask companies to give us bids on what they can do. And quite frankly, it just seems, a little antiquated in mindset that we're not able to even explore it in that way. I mean, nothing forces us to take a certain company. Nothing forces us to make a 180 change from where we're at now. But we should be able to have the option. So
Right.
again, what we use now is a software, not a service.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And I know the other aspect, I think that's one aspect, but the other, which was just mentioned, was the police officers off of that duty, if you will, right? Anyone else that would like to speak on? Yes, sir.
Hello. I'm Frank Martinez. Address is 3449 Morgan Avenue. I'm here to urge you not to pass the proposed ordinance in section 57-249 under category B, item 5 regarding rotators. Texas Wrecker is the only company in Corpus Christi with the most experienced heavy towing. I have been here 20 plus years. Ruben Solis has been here and has 35 years experience. Ralph Rivera has over 50 years experience. A rotator is just a 50-ton which boom rotates from right to left. According to Tow Industry Week, a rotator is not a crane, never has been and never will be. They are not built to comply with the strict standards set forth by OSHA. If they were, their lifting capacity would be reduced so much that they would be all but useless as a recovery vehicle. In all the years that we've been here at Texas Wrecker, we've only had to use, over 25 years, a crane one time. And what they're saying is, like, who's gonna determine when the rotator needs to be used? And here, let's take a look at the current rates. 50-ton wrecker, a 5-hour job is $2,200 for one truck. A rotator, 5-hour job is $4,700 for one truck. That's just the working time. The rotator needs time to be set up, taken down at the customer's expense, changing the amount from $4,700 to $5,500 compared to $2,200. Who is going to determine the criteria for using a rotator was used to recover a Corvette? Since there isn't any criteria, who's to prevent the rotator from being used at every accident? If you allow this ordinance to pass, you will be doing a great injustice to the customers of Corpus Christi, your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on item number, what is it, 16? No, 15, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Fela Rivera. I'm at 3449 Morgan. First, let me say, when I get into this one, this is in no way about Chief Markle. He has been nothing but fair to us. This is about the position and the one that's going to succeed him. I'm here to object to Section 57-233. This section gives one individual power to determine which towing companies will perform towing services for the police-initiated tows. The Chief of Police is authorized to issue rules and regulations relating to the operations of auto wreckers. Violations of any provisions, the Chief of Police rules and regulations may result in denial, suspension, revocation, and the auto wrecker permit and/or denial or removal from rotation list. There should be a check and balances system here, and not all of one burden should be put on this one person. Ladies and gentlemen, one person should not have that much power. This should be a check and balances type system. That one person can say you are out for whatever reason. I can't even tell you. Not only do police officers' lives matter, so do tow trucks. We had a guy die on the freeway.
Yeah.
So it's both ways. And when we say we're given this option for the auto return, well, a third-party vendor, this is opening a gateway, as it has in every other city. We have sent you a link. Y'all need to look at it. This is an avenue to go into. Yes, we're going to do a rotation list, and then to the closest wrecker, and then to one wrecker, and then one person has all rotation and all impounds. This is what it's going to lead to. I know y'all don't agree. We've been in this business way too long. We know where this is leading. So we need y'all to protect us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Actually, this way, I think. Is that open over there? No, yeah.
Okay, my name is Irma Rivera, 3449 Morgan Avenue. And I want to thank you all for allowing us to be here and voice our concerns. And I want to thank former Mayor Joe McComb and CCPD Chief Markle, because they have helped us tremendously in the past, not only by listening to us, but by actually making a change to issues that we felt were needed. We represent 11 companies, and all of us are opposed to the third-party vendor, because we know, we know that the third-party vendor is an avenue to get auto return here in Corpus Christi. Auto return is a company that in California, it's a suit company. And there's a video that we have a link to that you can, I think Norma is gonna send it to you all. And in it, they call it What a Wreck, because it hasn't been successful in Houston. It was meant to be so that not a lot of wreckers would show up at the scene, but it was, instead, it created the opposite, because the record companies scan the radios and they rush to be the closest record at the scene, and it creates much more records at the scene than before. Not only that, it has proven that that it creates chaos, lawsuits, and also it mentions corruption and bribery, because there's a lot of money involved. And eventually, if we allow this third-party vendor to come into Corpus Christi, he will take over all impounds and rotations. And this is just one company, my company, Texas Record, and one statewide. Can you imagine all the other companies that will be out of a job? And we are hardworking people. We're law-abiding. We pay taxes, and we love this community that we serve, and we want to be here. We depend on on this community, and all our employees and their families. And this company that would take over, they're just out for the money, And I would like to ask you to think a lot before you approve this third-party vendor, and maybe we could meet with some of you and before the next reading.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak on item number 15?
Madam Mayor, just to clarify item,
Oh.
sorry.
Sorry, who's saying that?
Just to clarify an item, so she did mention the part about the denial, suspension, revocation language. That language is already in the ordinance, and there's an appeals process that actually goes through the chief of police to the city manager. So there are checks and balances there. Just wanted to make
And that exists today? Where
It does.
always has?
Yeah.
Yes.
I met with one record company some time ago.
Yeah.
Using that process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on item number 15? Okay, there being no one, I will go ahead and close public comment on item number 15.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt item 15.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Councilmember Smith?
I'm sorry? Oh.
Councilmember Smith? Thank
Aye.
you.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Okay. Okay, item number 16 is an ordinance appropriating $6,135 from the unreserved fund balance of the Type B Economic Development Fund. Hi, Heather.
Hi, good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Heather Hilbert, Director of Finance. This item is to appropriate funds from fund balance for training that has been requested by the Type B Board. There are several members who have requested to go to the Texas Municipal League Conference, and that is not something that we have currently budgeted within that budget. There is money within fund balance. This would be the first time that anybody from the Type B or Type A board has attended TML. There have been other trainings, but this is the first time that they would have been going to TML. Currently, there are 3 members, and with a amount not to exceed $6,135 for them for their registration, hotel, and per diem, along with mileage to get to San. The TML is in San Antonio this year.
I move for approval.
I've got some questions and concerns on this here, that's fine. Heather, so our Type B Economic Development Fund is streets, economic development, and housing. And Texas Municipal League is, I get it's education, so how is this fitting under these, I mean, I imagine it's under economic development.
Exactly. So this would be an administrative cost, and we do allow for administrative costs within, there's a threshold that you can spend up to. It's just we didn't have administrative cost within the budget. And so, the request was due to the training aspect of attending TML and being able to attend those different sessions.
Which pertains to them.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure it does, but Councilman Hernandez, yeah.
Yeah, who's requesting to go to this?
It is council member, I mean, not a council member, board member Harris, Valls, and Tamez. I'm sorry, I totally forgot to write those down.
Yeah, Scott Harris, yeah.
Yeah, Scott Harris, John Valls, and Robert Thomas.
Okay,
So-
do we know what TML's training is gonna be? I mean, how it reflects the,
It's,
It's policy.
It's, you've been to, I mean, we've all gone to TML, so
Yeah.
there's really no economic development training per se. They're saying that they'll see and may hear of some economic development ideas, is what they told us at the Type B board meeting. That may be beneficial to their position on the Type B.
okay.
It would be the first, is in the history of the Type A, B, no funds from that operation have been used to send somebody to a conference. This is a state offered training session on sales tax and.
So there's
They do
the
attend.
Texas Economic Development Corporation does offer up a training specifically for Type A and Type B that is specifically about sales tax. But this would be the first time that anyone from the board has attended the Texas Municipal League
Okay, so
Conference.
how many have taken advantage to go to that other training?
It's been a couple of years. I believe they attended it virtually last time. But you have to, I believe by the statute, you have to attend training if you're a new board member.
Okay.
We haven't had any new board members over the last couple of years.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The last recently appointed board members did go to that.
Yes.
It was in Houston.
Okay, so, but that's what that funding is for that specific training?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilman Pusley.
So, yeah, I guess I have the same question Councilman Hernandez does. I mean, I'm not sure I understand all of what TML does, but do they provide specific training for the things that Type A and Type B corporations? And quite frankly, I'm not sure exactly what all Type A and Type B do. But I'm a little concerned about spending that kind of money when we really don't know what the goal is here.
Right. Just to be upfront, it's printed already in the material, but staff did not recommend approval of this at the Type A, B, because there's not a defined training session per se. We do admit you may hear some information on economic development or network with, somebody that could be beneficial. It just it didn't work. It didn't fit the category of training per se, like the other training that they go to does.
Yeah, I mean, like, school board members and county commissioners are required by state law to get so many CE credits a year, and they design specific courses that affect those governing bodies. And I don't know that we see that in the TML list of things to do. And I've been to 100 of these, and most of the time it's a great opportunity to go stay at a nice hotel and go to dinner with somebody. But and plus, they took away my $1,800 gasoline budget, so everybody's got to tighten their belt.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I've only attended one TML. I take that back. I've attended 2 meetings at TML. And I just don't see how it's going to fit the Type B, this department, what they're going to learn out of it, to be honest with you. I mean, to me, it was more of making contacts to different municipalities out there and see how they're doing things, how things are working for them. That's what I received out of it. It wasn't basically a bunch of training. It was more of a social thing for us to learn from other municipalities on what's going on and ask questions. I can't see us spending this kind of money on them going to this, they call it some kind of education or training, it doesn't fit their category, in my opinion. I mean, I can't support this.
Thank you, Councilman. My biggest concern is that that's $6,000, and that, number one, it opens up, it opens up any one of our boards and commissions to say, well, through this avenue, and, you know, call it whatever you want, maybe we too can go to do X training or whatever. And they all have specific, as you just mentioned, the Texas Economic Development one.
Corpus, yeah.
And these are monies that can truly make a greater impact and difference towards the intended purpose. I mean, that's my take on it. Councilman Pusley, or I'm sorry, Councilman Barrera. That's okay.
You know, when I was chairman at RTA, in fact, it was actually before I became chair, there was a limited amount of budget for training. And that's one of the things that we did, is that we expanded it because, yeah, obviously people do get spoiled, but I think the value of the networking for a group of individuals that, what's the current balance of the Type A and Type B funds?
Type A has, I want to say about 70 million, and Type B, I don't know at the top of my head, I apologize.
Yeah, so.
Got multiple million, yes.
Yeah, so, you know, you have a situation here where you have, quite candidly, one of them is a former chair, which is Scott Harris, who attends regularly, I might add, you know, with his company, but I think, I don't know, I think arguing over $6 grand is kind of petty.
He just wants someone to pay for it? He wants
Well,
us
it's not
to-
that. I don't think that's it. I wouldn't see Scott Harris doing something like that.
Yeah.
I just do, and I think that's the whole thing. I mean, I'm just a firm believer. I guess I should speak to the council rather than, because I'm just a firm believer in that the more training that you get and the more networking that you do, the more active that you become and the more value you provide to the organization. I just don't see it. I don't see it as a stretch. I think we've spent more money on less items that are not that are more trivial. So what is it? I mean, we're anyway. But I support it just simply because I think it would be good for anybody that wants to go. And as far as the limitations that we would set, you know, obviously, once again, this is a board that, I know it has to come to us, but they vet a lot of these economic development issues with regard to, I mean, Seawall, American Bank Center, what is it? There's several projects that are out there that they vet before it comes to us. And so I just think it's important.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. So, two reasons why I think it's good. I do think that they could learn something up there. I've been to TMLs since I was a little boy, and I don't like going to them. Voluntold to go to TML, pretty much every TML event they've ever held in Austin, but I don't want to go, and I do think that it's good that we have representatives that go in our place, so I would rather them go.
You're supposed to want to go. All right. Anyone in the public like to make public comment on item number 16?
Mayor, I guess I should say, I can't afford to go and leave my responsibilities.
Right.
as city
You
council
want to
secretary.
go. Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment and entertain a motion. Oh, I'm
We have a
sorry.
motion.
We have a motion and a second?
Barrera and Hunter.
Okay. You want to take roll call, Ruth?
Okay, Councilmember Martinez? Aye. Councilmember Molina?
No.
Councilmember Pusley? Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Barrera?
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Hunter?
Aye.
Councilmember Lerna?
No.
And Mayor Guajardo?
No.
The motion fails.
Okay. Item number 17 is an ordinance ratifying a grant contract with the Texas General Land Office in the amount of $127,000. Councilman, does anyone have any questions on that? It's a grant, keyword, grant.
Second.
Thank you. Open public comment. Do we have any public comment on item number 17? Okay, there being none, I'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you.
Oh, Smith, I'm so sorry. He said
Thank
aye.
you.
Okay, so now that'll take us to our appeals of a decision of the Building Standards Board. Item number 19 is an appeal of the Building Standards Board's order to demolish dilapidated substandard structures located at 625 Atlantic Street, owned by Armando B. De Los Santos and Amelia G. De Los Santos. Sure.
To this item, I thought the council voted to grant Mr. De Los Santos a,
We did. I think they're coming forth
is that,
regarding that.
the time's already up, or
Well,
you
we'll
just,
see.
he asked for this to be on the agenda?
No, we had tabled it from the last meeting.
Okay.
And we had requested, or the applicant was gonna come back with some hard,
Detailed
dates
information.
Yeah,
on
time-
when,
Yeah, go ahead.
on milestones.
Okay, thank you.
We're ready just to take it for public comment. There's no format for this one. So
So,
this is a regular item on the agenda.
oh, I see. I thought it was our, okay, so,
We can check with Attorney Risley, but
right, so is staff presenting anything, or who is going to kind of give us a little update on where we are and why we're here today?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm handing out the one-pagers that show a picture of the building again. And this was tabled from the last meeting. Staff had requested the building be, the building demolition order be sustained. Just today, the applicant has now turned in a complete amended preliminary cleanup and repair plan timeline, and I believe that's the same plan timeline that he has attached. So city council will have the option of upholding the order, overturning the order, or amending the order. And if city council wishes to incorporate a repair obligation, it could amend the order, and we have a potential amended order that we can pass out that would incorporate those repair obligations if council desires.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Miles talk a little bit more. So last week, after the Tuesday council meeting, we asked Mr. De Los Santos for a timeline, and he's given us that kind of in a couple of days via a couple of emails to include today a completed one that does have a roof, a new roof, or securement of the roof and the fascia of the front of the building. And then there's also, in his repair plan, he has items that address the cleanup and inside remodeling. So one of the key things that we asked for from a code perspective was the roof of the building, of the main house, as well as the fascia, the front of the house, to make sure that looks presentable to the neighborhood. We know there's people are keeping up their properties on that street. So the ultimate timeline for the roof is, what's that date, Miles? It looks like between the week of February 6 and February 10 is when the roof would be installed. That's on page 3 of his plan. And so between now and then, there's work that's being performed to include cleanup, removal of effects in the home, landscaping, and interior work as well. But probably the key thing from a structural standpoint, a neighborhood presence standpoint, is the fascia. And they have that January 9 through January 13, 2023. And then the roof is February 6 through February 10, 2023. And so in between now and then, like I said, on the pages of his handout, there's numerous other remodeling material that would take place, or items that would take place.
And we can, and if council is interested, we can hand out we have a resolution that would uphold the board's order and modify it to provide that He has until February 18th, 2023 to fully and completely repair the roof on both buildings of the property, fully and completely repair and paint the facade of both buildings on the property, fully repair all the windows of both buildings on the property, fully repair all the front entrance and porch of the house, and fully replace all rotten wood on the exterior of both buildings and fully repaint said wood. Yeah, by February 18th. That's the latest date that we saw, that we have seen on his timeline. And I believe you're looking at his timeline, but I have a copy of the proposed resolution that I can hand out if you're interested.
Where's the mayor? Who's pro tem? Who's pro tem?
Councilmember Smith is a pro tem.
So
Who's the next pro tem,
You-
or the last one?
yeah, you have the option to uphold, which is the order that, which is the resolution that's in Legistar,
Oh.
or deny, which would be just overturning the BSB order, or adopt the repair obligation order, which is the resolution that was just now handed out.
I do have a question on, you know, we had looked at some of the pictures, and the garage seemed a little bit more far gone than the house, and but it doesn't mention anything. It says repair or replace on the garage and stuff like that, but if you determine that it is unsalvageable, there's no language in here that allows for that to, can that be adjusted to reflect that if the garage is not salvageable, that it, you know, he's not gonna be penalized for tearing it down? I don't think that would be the case, but the language doesn't support that. Am I misreading that?
Yeah, that was there are a lot of different permutations of what could happen, because this just came in today, so yeah, that's if that's the direction that this is an all or nothing order, you have to, that it must be completely repaired and repainted. All the exterior must be, the goal
Right,
of
right,
the
but
goal
what
of
I'm
that,
saying is
or it
that-
must be torn down.
Okay, but it doesn't say.
Both of the buildings.
Right, at the end of the February 18th, but so if he decides to tear it down before then, the garage portion of it, he's not gonna be held accountable for not fixing it.
Like I said, it's an all or nothing proposal. If you want it to make it per building, we could customize it to be per building if that's the desire of council.
I think that would be fair, because, you know, you could say, you could technically, and I don't think we would do this, because it'd be, you know, he could have the house fixed up and the garage removed and said, well, you didn't follow this ordinance, so we got to tear down the house. I don't think that we would do that, but I just want to make sure the language reflects that.
Okay.
Is that what the council would like to modify the order to be?
Councilman Molina?
Thank you. Thank you. So I've been in contact with Mr. De Los Santos, and I've expressed and suggested some things that he should address and take care of. And after reviewing this preliminary cleanup and repair plan timeline, I'm agreeable with those dates that he has stated. And I would like to allow him some time to address the issues and bring the building back up into an adequate condition. I do like Councilmember Hernandez's suggestion of giving the applicant that flexibility to either tear down the garage if he thinks that would be the best route to take. So I would like to see that recommendation.
I'd like
Okay.
to second his motion, but how do we word it?
Right.
I'm sorry.
They
Oh,
want to
second.
make that a motion. I mean, it was,
You wanna make that a motion?
you were stating how you feel about it,
To
but
amend the,
that would be
Right.
literally, I think, a motion.
This was something I suggested, is it just should have language to say if the garage is not salvageable, that it won't, based on what's written, he has to repair or fix it up. But if he tears it down, then he would technically be not in compliance with this ordinance. So if the language can be suggested to where, for the garage line, repair, replace, or demolish.
Actually, if that's what the council wants to do, Buck is here. He can modify this language while we are in our executive session for the last item,
Okay,
and then we can come out
back
and
and-
vote on a modification as requested.
okay. Let me get, you're done with yours? Okay, Councilman Pusley?
Okay, and Mr. De Los Santos, you're aware, and because I received your communication, I voted against granting you to do this before, simply because I think it's unfortunate that you and your family didn't recognize the harm that you were creating for your neighbors for several months now, when you could have at least said, hey, I'm gonna clean up the yard. And not to mention the number of hours and hours that our staff spent going out re-inspecting, and trying to get you and your family to comply with what the city ordinances require. But I'm gonna make an exception this time. I respect Councilman Molina a lot, and he's asked for us to give you a chance, and I'm willing to do that. But I can tell you right now, Councilman Molina or not, I'm not voting any more chances. This kind of stuff can't be tolerated in Corpus Christi anymore. We're trying to make a difference here, and as the mayor always says, it's a new day in Corpus Christi. It's a new day, and these vacant buildings that are allowed to lapse like this for months and months and months, and the neighbors have to put up with it. I just sent another one over to Linda a couple of days ago. Same kind of situation. It just needs to not be tolerated anymore.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm going to do that this one time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Lerma?
Thank you, Mayor. I totally agree. The only issue I have, I'm for this, to give you that extension due to my fellow councilman, Mr. Molina. But what I'd like to see in here is, there's no reason that the yard can't be cleaned up ASAP. Tree limbs and all that should be gone pretty quick. Trash around the housing, the yard should be picked up pretty fast. That's the only speculation I have on this. I think that we can move forward on that within a couple of weeks. That should be able to be cleaned up. I understand the building part of it, giving them time, but there's a lot of stuff in the yard that can be cleaned up.
And the BSB process is for demolition of the building. The yard itself yards themselves are really not part of the BSB process because they're not structures. You deal with yards by issuing citations to the violators.
I get that, Mr. Risley, but I think to be fair to the property owners around the area, I think that's something that can be complied with within pretty quickly, just to let them know that, hey, I'm going to do something about this
Yes, sir.
property. It's just in good faith.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what I'm saying, Mr. De Los Santos. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's give the residents around the area the benefit that you're going to clean this up and get it going. That's all I'm saying, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Martinez?
I don't really want to get into the weeds of the process, but I guess something that stood out to me is, why is the roof the last thing you're doing? It seems like if you're doing interior repairs, that if you have a roof that looks like this, that it could potentially damage the repairs you make if there's any heavy rains or anything like that happens. It just seems like the roof should be one of the first things that gets repaired or replaced instead of the last thing.
Well, the roof has 13 pieces of OSB plywood on there, so it's covered and with tarp. As we get into it, then I could put the roof on. But this is just an estimated timeline, what needs to be done. And I did provide this to the city secretary's office on Friday before noon. I gave a copy to Mr. Buck Price Friday before noon. The only thing that was left out inadvertently, which Mr. Price pointed out, was the install a roof on line 26.
So it doesn't look like this anymore?
No, no, sir. You should have updated pictures. It's, I got 13 sheets of plywood on top, and it's all covered with silver tarp, so it's not leaking inside. I sent you all the package. It should be on B1 and B2. I sent everybody a packet, and I gave them one last week, and I updated it by noon. That's what it looks like. Want to pass this around? Yes, sir. I gave everyone a packet last week. And it was supposed to be uploaded on from Friday at noon, so I don't know.
Your packet last week looks different than these, but if they're...
Those are not mine, those are the cities.
Okay. I was about to say this.
Yes, sir, those are the cities.
If we're getting this today, then that's an assumption that these would be the most up-to-date.
No, no, sir.
Okay.
The whole front yard's been cleaned, all dead trees removed, not all the trash except for the backyard, so it's much more. I mean, it's not in the best shape, obviously. It needs repair, and we want to repair it. But we're in the process of doing that, and my parents want to fix the house. I didn't get a chance to speak. Can I speak, or? Okay. Well, good afternoon. My name is Michael A. De Los Santos, and on behalf of my elderly parents, Armando B. and Amelia G. De Los Santos, who are the owners of the subject property at issue, I come before the Honorable Paulette M. Mojardo and the esteemed members of the City Council. The subject property is located in District 2, and again, I'd like to thank Council Member Ben Molina of District 2 for all his time and consideration in this matter. Without the assistance and guidance of Council Member Ben Molina, I would be at a complete loss in the proceedings before the City Council. In addition, on last Thursday afternoon, September 8th, 2022, I personally met with Mr. Buck Price, Senior Assistant City Attorney, with Ms. Diana T. Garza, Code Enforcement Officer, and with Mr. Michael Gutierrez, Code Enforcement Officer, in a face-to-face meeting here at City Hall to discuss the real estate property at issue. Mr. Bryce, Mrs. Garza, and Mr. Gutierrez all provided me with some additional appreciated insight and recommendations for the rehab procedures and the related repair of the real estate property. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Bryce, Ms. Garza, and Mr. Gutierrez for the respective time and consideration in this matter. Furthermore, on last Thursday afternoon, September 8th, I also personally met with Ms. Monica Martinez, Housing Rehab Specialist of Neighborhood Services, in a face-to-face meeting here at City Hall. Ms. Martinez also provided me with some great information. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Martinez for her respective time and consideration. At the City Council meeting held previously on last Thursday, September 8th, the City Council requested me for my timeline for the repairs and rehab of the real estate property at issue. Accordingly, I timely provided before noon on Friday, September 9th, to the City Secretary's office and a complete copy thereof to Mr. Bryce of the City Attorney's office, the preliminary cleanup and repair plan timeline for the real estate property. Today, you have before you the first amended preliminary cleanup and repair plan because I inadvertently left out the installation of the house roof on line 26, which was appreciably pointed out to me by Mr. Bryce yesterday afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Bryce. The people of Corpus Christi elected the Honorable Paulette M. Mojardo and elected each of you, the esteemed members of the City Council, to represent the people and the respective interests of this great sparkling city. On behalf of my elderly parents and I, we humbly ask, in the interest of justice and fairness, for your patience, for your understanding, for your help, and for your vote to reverse the Building Standards Board decision to demolish the dwelling and the garage so my parents can repair the property, or, in the alternative, to amend the aforesaid decision to allow my elderly parents the opportunity to repair the dwelling and the garage, and for any further relief as the City Council may deem appropriate. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter, and I thank you for the dedicated service to our community. I stand before you for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilman, is that a new light, old light? Yes. Light, good. Yes, sir.
Mr. Del Santos?
Yes, sir.
In this picture, did they just cover the old roof up?
They put 13 all the exposed areas, Council.
Okay, so the only thing you have fixed on this roof?
We just cover the exposed areas.
Exposed areas, are
and
you
cover
gonna
with
put
tarp.
are you gonna put a new roof
Oh,
on?
yes, sir, of course.
Okay.
Of course, of course.
So right now, it's just the exposed holes that were?
Yes, sir. Well, we can't put a new roof until we get
And then you
all the
cover the
rotted
whole
wood.
roof with some sort of mastic material, I guess?
Yes, sir, it's a tarp,
Okay.
heavy-duty tarp.
Okay. And, well, I just want to say, I wish you the best of luck. I
Thank you,
really
sir.
do. Councilman Martinez commented last meeting that we'd much rather see something here that's paying property taxes at the fair market value than something less than that. So
Yes, sir.
I do wish you great success. I went through this same thing with my dad, and I had to sell his home after he passed away, and it's a very difficult thing to do, and I'm very sympathetic to that.
Thank you, sir.
So I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
And I think the city's been pretty fair with you in laying
Yes, sir,
out the
they have.
guidelines here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Okay.
Well,
Who's,
The action that Miles,
after the exec session, we'll have the
Oh.
modified order that is per building.
Okay,
So it
okay.
gives them the opportunity to fix one and demolish one.
okay. So then at this time, we will work on the rest of this. We're going to go into executive session on, let's see, item number 22, Texas Government Code Section 551.071. That's our last item on the agenda, and then we'll finish up this case, Mr. De Los Santos.
Yes, ma'am.
With action, and then that'll conclude our meeting.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we'll be out shortly, sir. Thank you. So there's no action, right? So we're just gonna go straight into, okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene the meeting, and I don't think we have action, do we? Anyone? We do. Well, no, that's on another item, okay. We don't have any action after executive session, but we are gonna go back to item number 19. And do we have any?
Yes, okay. Mayor, I would like to move that we adopt a resolution upholding and modifying the Building Standard Board's orders to demolish dilapidated substandard structures located at 625 Atlantic Street, owned by Armando B. de los Santos and Amelia G. de los Santos, to suspend the demolition requirements of said order until February 18th, 2023, to allow completion of repairs to the exterior of the buildings at said address, and provide for demolition of said buildings if said repairs are not completed.
Okay.
Second.
Second, okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, well, there being no further business, this meeting's adjourned.
Mayor, can I ask Greg Smith if he's voted on that? Thank you.
So Peter, when is that coming back?
That one, a couple of weeks.
Okay.
But I work with these guys to get more.